The hosts of the Swine Brothers show are not role models. They're not even human. They're complete monsters. The Swine Brothers show is dumb, crude, thoughtless, ugly, sexist, self-destructive, foolish, and a crime against humanity. Some of the things they do would cause a person to get hurt, expelled, arrested, possibly deported. The fact they blatantly ripped this off from another source should be an indicator of their shameless depravity. This extreme in bad taste will offend anyone with a working brain, so listener discretion is advised. If you're still here, welcome to the sewer of the internet.
Dear fucking God, why do our fans want us to suffer?
Welcome to the Swine Brothers Show, episode 187. We're almost to 200. And they said it wouldn't last 5. You can get in contact with us at Cosmicgodsdie@gmail.com and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/swinebrothers. And also, you can comment on our videos.
You can get a hold of me directly. Or him.
Like, subscribe, share. Especially with people you think will hate the show.
Yes, if you're trying to filter out potential dates, share the show with them. Because if it scares them away, then it's not meant to be.
I am your host, Ellie Lindemann.
I am Jim the Seeing Eye Mutant. And I am so glad that our fans actually see you as the sane one.
So, I was telling Jim a story. So, I had talked to this girl in about 2015. And she was, nice and kind of a punk chick. She's not like mainstream punk or whatever, but I thought, okay, maybe there's something, right? So I sent her the show. This is very early on. This is like episode 7 or 8 or something. It might not even have been this show. It might have been the Metal Gate show. I think it was this one. And she said, and I quote, "You're funny, but that Jim guy scares me."
Good.
She disappeared early. Well, not disappeared, but she broke off contact in early 2016. Kind of came back in 2018, and we talked, and came back in November of 2018. And I thought, okay, maybe she's grown up a little bit. So I was sending her stuff, and Jim was writing his thing. And
my memoirs are my life well spent.
Yes.
I may have not amounted to much, but dear God, did I enjoy life. There are lots of parts that suck, don't get me wrong. Parts where I was bone crushed and fucking sat there in a fucking heaping ball screaming, "Why does God hate me?" as I fucking weep into my hands and want to tear out my own soul and feast upon it and shit on it and then just end it all. There were moments like that. Yes, but there's also like some, holy shit, I'm fucking drinking with Cannibal Corpse.
Yes, but as any, I was just rereading Jack Grisham's autobiography for like the 1,000th time, and those moments, those heartbreak moments, kind of make the story as well as the badass moments. Anyway, so I sent it to her, and she said, basically, never talk to me again.
Good.
So you scared her away twice.
That's a good thing. Like I said, it's not worth your time. They can't hack this shit. And half the time we're pedantic anyway, even though we're still stating generally what we mean. We just go overboard, especially me. Dear God, do I fucking get all fucking theatric and shit. And I know it.
Well, I'm not saying nothing. No, but...
You can't say nothing. I've seen you try it and fail so many times before you actually started to gain the skill.
Yeah, but that's what makes... Well, it's less about that unless I'm just not motivated enough to do it. Enough caffeine in me, I can go theatrical as fuck. But meanwhile, the good Christian girl I was thinking would be frightened of the show thought Jim was hilarious.
Yes, we have that.
So anyway, what is on the menu? What's on the clown show today?
Pain. This was requested by fans.
Yeah, that and crack whore confessions. We'll get to crack whore confessions, people.
Eventually. Oh, God.
That was actually the second most popular thing, was our crack whore confession stories. The first most popular, unfortunately, was that's crack whore confession music.
Hey everybody, my name's John. Welcome to Seriously Read a Book. Today we're going to read Not My Idea, a book about whiteness by...
Oh, God.
Okay.
Why do our fans hate us this much?
I have to explain this for a second. I found this just by Googling on YouTube. I think it's CRT textbook. And I found someone making fun of it. And I thought, well, we could use that, but someone making fun of it, that's kind of our job, right? It would be like me trying to riff over Mystery Science Theater. But thankfully, they had the original link in the description. So this is the original link. This has not been riffed over. We are the riffers.
Yeah, and already, it's a book about whiteness for kids. Oh, God. Why do our fans hate us this much? They want us to do this again.
Because they were shocked. I mean, I told you, the girl I'm dating was like, wait, this is real?
Yes, this is real.
Besides, they're making us pay for being people.
Alive. Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue. Oh, God.
Anastasia Higginbotham. She writes books about subjects that adults find hard to discuss with kids.
Why do I have to discuss the color of your skin?
You know, I was just looking at this coffee cup, and I don't know if it's 20 or 24 ounces, but I could probably drown myself in this coffee cup if it gets too much.
I got coffee by me too, but you're not getting out that easy. I'm gonna electrocute you anally.
So topics that adults find, like drugs and sex? No, color of your skin.
Really? Oh, God.
It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get so much worse.
So this is a what they call like a foreword or a dedication. In a 1993 interview, Toni Morrison said about racism in America, white people have a very, very serious problem and they should start thinking about what they can do about it. She added, "Take me out of it." Those words landed in me as a direct command.
We're receiving commandments from celebrities.
I don't know.
The celebrities are deified. I don't know who the fuck a celebrity is. I just know it's a celebrity if you're like quoting it. Like that. Yes. And those words landed on me.
I made this book for my own white sons with help from their teachers and mine. It's dedicated to the Brooklyn...
My own white sons. Not my... Skin tone. Always about the skin tone.
Yep.
Preschool, where my family was first called upon to engage with whiteness in order to dismantle white supremacy. Also, this book is written to start a conversation in your family. Feel free to watch this video and leave in the comments, like, what do you think of it? What do you think of these ideas?
Unfortunately.
That's the most hilarious part of it. Leave in the comments what you think of these. Comments are turned off.
Well, actually, I'll give him one thing, is that's not actually his fault. You know about the YouTube Kids thing, right? If it's made for kids, you're not allowed to comment on it because pedophiles or something.
Okay.
So yeah, I got this huge thing from YouTube maybe about a year ago. Is your stuff made for kids? I was like, is Swine Brothers made for kids? We have an age restricted intro, for fuck's sake.
Yes, we fucking age restricted the fuck out of everything we could on this channel.
No. YouTube age restricted our intro for us.
Ah, that's even better.
I think I forgot to tell you that.
That makes me proud.
Yeah, we age
I have my own
everything because...
Because what?
Well, we didn't want to get I
I
personally
mean,
would
I,
have.
I know we're going for the young adult audience, but it's still adult. We're not fucking saying, hey, 6-year-old, watch this. Especially whenever we start going off on tangents about, yeah, my balls itch. That's
And
just what a kid needs to learn about itchy balls.
I'd like to point this out just for a legal disclaimer. If anyone under the age of 18 is watching this, we did age restrict it to 18, so this is not our fault. Not to be like pussified, but legal disclaimers exist and jail exists.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why we say that. That's why we say allegedly.
And, we're criminal scumbags. Well, I'm an
Yeah.
ex-criminal mostly.
Yeah,
I don't fucking do any of that shit anymore. I retired.
I don't either. But
And now
I'm
I
young
have a
enough-
job working different things and doing things legit and on the books. And it sucks.
I'm probably young enough to slip back into it, but I like being me.
My advice is don't slip back into it.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you right now. Every time I've seen, that dealer say, I quit for about 5 years, and then I figured, well, one more score would set me up for life.
Yep.
So I set up the drug deal to make me rich for the rest of my life, and that's when the feds came in.
Yep. It's the same thing with I quit drugs for 2 years, or I quit heroin for 2 years, and then he had that one last dose and he overdosed. That's all. It's always the that's always the story.
And that's why I'm not touching acid again, because it's like, dear God, what if that does fuck my brain too bad?
Welcome to the show. I'm Elliot. Jim's prominently from. Yeah. But like
and then I just start laughing uncontrollably, thinking I'm having a conversation, but no, I'm just laughing.
You messaged me. You somehow get the words out. We did a great Swine Brothers show yesterday, didn't we? I had to cut you off after 10 minutes. Huh?
Thoughts, but I'm really interested in yours. Okay, here we go. When grown-ups try to hide scary things from kids, oh no, not again. Oh, and look at what she's looking at over here.
Hiding scary things from kids.
Which is true, and that's probably why so many kids grow up sheltered. I know I grew up sheltered. I knew I had to find out things for myself.
See, I had no problems watching Nightmare on Elm Street, the original 80s shit, Even Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Friday the 13th. The thing that gave me nightmares was the Care Bears movie. And I'll tell you why. It was forced conformity. They hit you with this magic ray, and all. I didn't know what the word conformity meant at the time, but I understood the concept of being forced to be happy, forced to be pleasant, forced to provide for others regardless of how you felt, and that this was like some form of weird slavery.
Yes.
So, that gave me nightmares that, things could exist that forced you to be happy.
It wasn't so much horror for me, because I understood that it was all fake. But what I mean talking about scary things is, real life. Like, I would listen to something about, my grandmother loved forensic shows. Okay, and true crime. Why? I mean, I always think it's funny. She was the most anti-metal person ever, but she loved true crime and forensics. My parents were appalled when I would ask, why do people murder each other? Which I was curious. Why do people? Why did he dismember her?
I remember whenever I was wee little, about 6, 7, maybe 8 years old, my aunt had a swimming pool. And we're lying there, me and my mom, on the lawn, staring, sunbathing pretty much. And I remember asking her, how long before the world collides with the sun? And her response was, I don't know, but we'll all be extinct long before then. And that comforted me.
My response would be, hopefully any day now. But, I mean, and I hope that if I ever have kids, to not shield them from it. Then again, I was the guy. I've probably told this story before, where I did First Communion, which is what Catholics do, I guess. and I got a bunch of like religious presents. So someone gave me a big like metal cross, and I asked, "What's a cross?" Like I knew like there was thing, oh, it's people died on it. Really? How did people die on it? And they thought I was some sort of like convert waiting to happen or something like that. But in reality, I just wanted to know how people die. I mean, I knew about the electric chair, I about like lethal injection, and I
Did
knew.
they go through house? Did they at least tell you it was long, drawn out, and painful, and half the time they had to crush your legs so that you would die properly?
I didn't know about the crush your legs thing until much, much, much later, but I heard it was very long. I just thought you starved to death or bled out or something. I didn't know about the crushing your legs, so you.
Did they
So yeah,
describe the whole entire sensation of if you don't hold yourself up, you can't breathe?
well, that's why they did it. They crushed your legs. No, unfortunately, I didn't get that. I got, well, they would nail you to the cross, and I had to use my imagination. So I used to like, put like Buzz Lightyear action figures on the cross. Not nail them because I didn't have nails, but I used to try to imagine, Yeah, it wasn't until much later that I could actually read about crucifixion and.
See, I remember when I was playing G.I. Joes growing up, I
Mhm.
had like a dupe because my parents and my grandmother bought me the same like Cobra Commander with the metal armor.
Mhm.
So I had two of them. So I took one of them and set him on fire, and he melted really cool. And then like I'd always have like the one group trying to resurrect him, and he was like the president, and we had to stop the president from being resurrected.
See, I did find an interesting documentary, which I had to watch in secret, of course, about the history of the electric chair. So I knew all about the electric chair, and I found some stuff about hangings or whatever. But of course, I had to watch those in secret because, yes, he's right. They do try to hide scary things from people, from kids.
I mean, the things my parents hid from me were porn.
Well, yeah.
And my dad's collection was quite extensive. He kept it under his bed.
See, that's one thing they didn't have to hide from me because blind.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Can you tell what that is? Yeah, it looks like a hand holding a gun. What? Mom, what? Not again, says a little girl.
You're hiding the news from them.
Well,
Whenever my parents
no,
watched the
yep.
news, all the parents watched the news, and I found it like to be the most boring thing. And even when I was a kid, I'd make jokes. More people died again today.
But see, that's actually true. I know people my age who don't remember September 11th. Granted, I was 7, but I vividly remember September 11th. I couldn't comprehend it because I was like 7 and it was in New York. But I watched the news. I listened to the news we on the radio and stuff like that. But there's people my age who literally don't remember September 11th, other than like
the one thing that
everyone
stuck,
was real sad.
See, we were in the process of getting ready, cleaning up. We were wrapping up cleaning up our house whenever it happened. My then wife, now ex-wife, her daughter, and she was pregnant, and we were crashing at my mom's still, and I saw, after I woke up and saw the planes, that I was like, no, we're moving, because my main concern was they were going to declare martial law, we were going to have limited access to everything, and I wanted us to be in a place that I would be able to protect should everything go batshit insane. And I went out, got them in there, we moved in a hurry, and then I also bulked up on supplies because I didn't know if we were going to, thank God we didn't call martial law. But, that was a definite possibility. We're under fucking attack from a foreign nation. The fact that
we don't know if
doesn't mean that you knew it wasn't going to happen.
Exactly, and we don't know if there's going to be more. We don't know anything.
We didn't know if there were going to be fucking riots in the streets. I mean, people react in a wide variety of manners whenever your nation's attacked, and this was way too coordinated not to be an attack.
I remember that, but I remember, like I said, the fear. Jello Biafra was talking about. He was born in '58, right? So he would be a teenager when the Vietnam War happened. Boy, that's an interesting topic. But anyway, he has friends who don't remember the Vietnam War because their parents, whenever the news came on, they would change the channel to protect their kids. So they Vietnam. They heard of it, but they don't God, he watched.
Damn.
he watched the news and he watched, body bags and napalm and
God, I remember I was at my grandmother's. I was about like 9, 10 years old, somewhere around there. And like she had this little styrofoam brick that just said the TV brick on it. She wrote that in marker. And the thing was, you were supposed to throw it at the TV whenever something stupid was on. Well, they interrupted my cartoon for like a political speech, and while the politicians were talking, I threw the brick at the TV.
yes.
And I remember my grandmother's words. Good job. They're nothing but liars and thieves anyway.
Well, yes. And you also
And
got to see
I have yet to meet a politician that could prove her wrong. Not a single politician can prove her statement of they're all liars and thieves wrong.
yes.
And that's something I remember from a ripe early age.
You did get to watch the best political show in the world though, and that was Bud Dwyer's Suicide.
Oh God, I just happened to be homesick that day, and I think I was even pretending because I just didn't want to go to school.
That's what I did on September 11th.
And like fucking shit. I remember him pulling out the gun, and then like it cut to black, and I flipped through the channels, and then I saw one that just aired the whole thing of him blowing his own head off. And like I didn't understand what the fuck was going on at the time. Oh God. But
So
like,
you're going like so so they interrupt. I'm sure they interrupted your cartoons or something.
yeah.
And were you going? Oh, well, the 9-year-old version of God damn it, and looking for another channel. Wait, what's he doing? Oh, I gotta watch.
Gotta watch. Oh, yes, he blew his head off. Oh, fuck yeah. And you're a little kid. You don't grasp, okay, this guy just ended his life. Of course, I'd probably still do the same now, but I'm a metalhead. I'm into such morbid shit.
I finally watched the video of that. Well, it's like, I mean, 9/11's hard to grasp.
I missed out on the part where he said, I'm sorry, Mom. I missed out on that part because I had to channel surf.
But I mean, like I said, 9/11's hard to grasp when you were 7. Just like when Greg Moore died in a car race in '99, I was 5. It was hard to grasp. But I remember 9/11.
I mean, like I said, it's something I'd watch now, but for different reasons. As a kid, it was just like this totally amazing thing because it was something you never saw. It's just some guy used a gun on his own head, and you got all these weird ideas running through your head and more questions.
So,
and then as years went on, I had different questions. I love the fact that I saw it because it gave me, there were jokes made about, this is a Bud Dwyer commemorative coin. It was like a little beer slug that had a hole through the head of it to identify which bar it came from.
yes.
So, there was a Bud Dwyer commemorative coin. That was the joke.
What we're saying is don't shelter your kids, folks.
You could consider it an early meme, before there was an internet. And yeah, don't shelter your kids, but especially because the questions that this rose as I was a kid only grew in number and actually shifted to why? Why would a politician call a press conference to kill himself? Okay, his name was being shamed and all this. And then I found out, wow, okay, so this was a whole entire turn in your friends thing, okay? In order to gain amnesty, you turn someone in. But this guy had no one to turn in, and apparently he didn't even take part in the fucking bribe.
Nope.
He refused the bribe, and he had no one to turn in because he didn't accept the bribe, so he wasn't part of the cool kids club to know who else took a bribe. So all the blame fell on him. He was falsely excused. Wow. A politician that was actually honest about one thing. Probably the only thing he was ever honest about in his entire life. And he gets blasted for it.
But yes,
to the point where he's in a corner, honor dictates that, this is going to shame his family for generations to come unless he does something. So he did something. He took his own life. It was a no-win scenario.
Yes, my whole advice is don't shelter your kids. They're going to get answers. It's just, how do they come from? Do they come from you, or do they come from the creepy guy? So,
yeah. And the whole thing is, I'm just glad that's the other side of it. Don't shelter them because, they're going to have questions that if you can't answer them, you can at least point them to the library and start giving them books to start looking at things. And, because, my parents couldn't answer those questions. The newspapers couldn't answer those questions. And it took me years to see, the inquiries and different things written. It's like, wow, he actually refused a bribe. And then because he didn't know anyone else that took a bribe, he had to blow his own head off in order for his family to save face.
Yes.
That's polite society for you. You will be destroyed.
Let's see what else polite society is.
It's usually because they're scared too. Who is that with their hands up? Why is that policeman screaming at him? Bang, bang! Bang, bang! Bang, bang! Wow, how do you imagine she's feeling there?
I don't know. I remember when I was a kid, the highlight of the newscast was watching the high-speed chases and the gunfire erupting from it.
No. High-speed chases were the entertainment of the night. If we saw a high-speed chase, we were not sleeping until it was over. Not out of fear, but out of, they're going to lay down some spike strips. He's driving over them. He's on 3 pop tires.
Oh, yeah. We didn't have half the tools you got today. Or hell, even, a quarter of the tools that, you had whenever you were a kid.
I get a couple hot dogs, right? Uncooked, because I didn't have the little things on the microwave where you just put like a minute or whatever. I didn't have those buttons marked, so I get some uncooked hot dogs. Obviously, hot dogs are cooked, but you know what I mean. I get some cold hot dogs and like a Gatorade or something, and I just sit down and watch some police chases. That was my entertainment.
Oh, God. And watching the gunfire erupt and shit during different things. Whenever they were showing the different robberies going on, the different fucking riots and different
a few
things
times you could
happening
actually
at the
hear
time.
it. Because most of the time you just hear the helicopter, right? And you hear them narrating. But sometimes you can actually hear the guns. It's like, wow.
I also come from an age where they actually tried to do, correspondence from the battlefields, as close as they could get.
They did correspondence, but I'm talking about police chases. And police chases is all helicopter.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, of course, like battlefields or whatever. Yeah, you can hear the guns. I also loved watching videos of news reporters trapped in hurricanes.
Oh, God. That was good. And it's getting to be really bad here. I'm going to fucking seek shelter. Well, they didn't say fucking, but it was on their mind.
The best was it was a storm, and the person narrating said, "Okay, we'll cut away so you can get a better view. Not so you can seek shelter, but get a better view." I was like, "That's heartless. You're completely expendable to me."
Yeah. Oh, God. I mean, and the thing is, most kids, would cling on to these fucking images growing up whenever they'd come across them and shit. And, because it was a different sensation out of the norm, and they were curious, and I know that was the main reason I was trying to watch shit, was because it was out of the norm, and, it was totally awesome whenever things went so completely out of the norm that, oh my God, gunfire's erupting, this, that, the other. Hell, I fucking told you, I saw a guy pull out a gun, and I flipped through the damn channels to see him blow off his own head.
Unfortunately, he's right, though, is that what are you saying about police is, yeah, when I was growing up, I was told that police were always the good guys, or that they were, they were always the good guys or whatever. So, yeah, I kind of...
You see, my teachers tried telling me the police were the good guys.
Yes.
My family said always be cautious around the police. Sometimes they'll help you, but you better have your nose clean, and no one's got their nose that clean.
Nope. I didn't hear till I got into punk rock that. So see.
No, this was me told whenever I was a little kid. These were fucking liberal values back in the day.
So see, punk rock
and conservative values. Conservatives really didn't trust the cops back in the day.
Yes.
I guess she's looking at the TV, seeing that. They want to bury the truth. Can you tell what that hand is about to hit there? Yeah, it looks like the power button on a remote control to me. You don't need to worry about this. You're safe. Understand? Little girl's thinking no.
Well, of course they're not.
Well,
At least that part was correct. I don't
least
understand. I don't feel safe. Weird
at
things
least
happened and I wasn't told.
At least he's describing the images. Otherwise, you'd have a hell of a good, long time to. So at least he's describing the images. No, well, yeah, but at the same time, I had racing and stuff like that. I didn't care, but yeah, I was never really. It's weird. So I kind of hate that I was so sheltered, but I'm glad I got out of that. Thank you, punk rock and heavy metal, and having fun friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, I grew up in a mental institution, so yeah, I didn't. They tried sheltering me, but I was around so many different types of insanity. There was no way they could.
Hell, at least I admit I was sheltered. I mean, I'm not trying to be. So I've been no. I know how I grew up.
I mean, my parents did try to shield me from the horror movies, but like I said, my dad was asleep. He didn't care what happened.
The Misfits. Well, see, I mean, horror for me is different because I couldn't really see anything. I just heard the screams and the crushing. It was actually the Misfits and Cannibal Corpse that got me into horror because they described it, and I could have all these images of guts and liquefied things and aliens.
Liquefied organs being feasted upon by aliens as they defecated down the throat.
Yes, so.
Our family is kind to everyone. We don't see color. Deep down, we all know. Color matters.
Blind man, color. Yellow.
Yeah. Piss or school buses. Or isn't a banana yellow? I don't fucking know.
Well, it can be. Sometimes they're brown and other times they're black.
If they're black, don't eat them. Yeah, I
just love how this is everything's so skin deep. And all matters about your melatonin level. Who gives
it gets
a
worse.
Fucking shit.
It's just
aside from the neo-Nazis, who gives a shit about your damn melatonin level?
Yep.
Oh, and look at what the little girl's drawing. Can you see that?
No.
Yeah, what is that? Mm-hmm.
She drew a gun with hands held high.
I had to.
Skin color makes a difference in how the world sees you and in how you see the world.
Yeah, it really makes a difference in how I see the world. It really does.
Okay, go look outside your window and tell me what you see.
A clown exposing himself to a group of nuns.
You don't even know what that looks like. I need you to go out now and find yourself a clown exposing himself to nuns so you could feel it and have the proper image in your head to know what that looks like.
I do know what nuns look like. I was Catholic.
Yes, but you want to feel their faces as they see the clown exposing himself. And you have to feel the clown, and not just feel him, but also honk the nose. And be certain to handle his genitalia appropriately, so that way you know the proper size, mass, and how much squeeze it takes to hurt him.
I'll leave that to you, Jim.
No. You're the blind one. You're the one that has to use his hands to see, so you're the one that gets to play with his genitals. I'll sit there pointing and laughing.
Clown cock.
Clown cock.
Oh, God. We're like 10 minutes and we've already gone off the rails.
Oh, no. There's she-male clown cock, too. So, let's just go for the gold if we're going to get that depraved.
I knew two clowns in my life. One was a woman and the other, I think, was addicted to meth.
But I love how this is a kid's book and it's like, skin color makes a difference. Okay, how?
Well, let's...
I mean...
Deep breaths. Let's find out.
I just want to say one thing. I've known a ton of morons who were black people. I've also known a ton of morons who were white people. I got my ex-wife because she was smart. And she just happened to be black. Oh well, you know.
Well, see, what they say is that skin color. It's not so much about intelligence. It's how the world sees you. So let's see what they mean. Deep breaths.
I want to bring my aunt a gift. This will only take a minute, says the mother. In walks the girl into some store as she's wearing a hoodie. It makes a difference in how much trouble seems to find you or let you be. And this is interesting. You have a security guard here. There are 2 kids. Each of them is looking at breakable items. Who's the security guard paying attention to?
I like how they have the black kid trying to handle the stuff that's only $5 or $10, but the white girl is like near the really expensive shit, the $15 shit. So it's like, you know, the black kid can only afford the poor people's shit by default skin tone.
So Jim, you're like European stock, right?
Yeah, Slovak.
Yeah. Well, that explains it. You're like, you know, you're lesser white. I'm kidding. That was a bad joke. So yes, when you went into a store as a kid, and I'm sure everyone just left you alone.
Oh,
You were the
no.
decoy.
I don't know. I was the decoy.
Yeah.
I was the decoy so that my friends could shoplift because I dressed like a scumbag. So all eyes were on me. And my friends dressed like 100% pure innocent prep. And they were the ones loading their pockets with everything, including items from my list of the things I wanted stolen.
And keep in mind, Jim is white, albeit, you know, Eastern European.
Fuck you. I got Halushki.
Yeah, well, so am I think.
You got more blonde.
Can you see the prices on these things? Right, so the price on these guys is like $8, $10. The price over here, $15. So if something gets broken, what's the worst thing that could get broken? Right?
Your spine.
Oh, God. Fuck. Like I said, you're trying to make it look... See, you can't aspire to much when you're black. You can only get the cheap shit. That's what this book's saying so far.
Which is why I love Top Ramen so much.
Yeah, I know. Fucking shit. Whenever that's all you got, that and fucking Vienna sausage. Fucking, you could get a good meal for like 35 cents. Or at least it used to be 35 cents. Now it's more like $2, but
yeah,
still that's a lot cheaper than, like, you know.
Well, Gigi Allen's going to write a cookbook on how to live for $10 a week or whatever.
$10 a week. That's how you do it when you're working at fucking McDonald's and got rent to pay.
I wonder how much of that. Well, and then of course he said, you know, every now and then he goes out with a girl specifically to eat steak.
Mm-hmm.
Which was, well, yeah.
These guys. But where's the security guard looking? Yeah. In store.
I like how the security guard's not even white either.
He's not?
He's not white either. He's
Yeah.
not entirely black either. He's just like, you know, brownish color. So, like,
yeah.
You know, he's got to look at the black kid because it's darker than white. And I guess he's too light-skinned to be considered black, even though he's brownish. That was great.
Yeah, I don't know.
Stores, in cars, on sidewalks, at school. Your skin color affects the most ordinary daily experiences, including... Oh, yeah. Tell what's going on there. Looks like she's quite happy. And
there's police cars in the background, sirens blaring.
Policeman in the background. She's sort of playing a game or something. Not even noticing the cops, really. Including which neighborhoods welcome you.
Which neighborhoods welcome you? Fucking shit. I had rocks pelted at me sitting there at a park. This park, was supposed to accept all. I had rocks pelted at me. Who did the cops ask to leave? Me. Not the people throwing the rocks. Me. I'm
Also,
the bad name.
How do you not notice police sirens and stuff and just playing a game? If I notice that, my instincts take over. I don't care if I have nothing to. Come on, feet.
Exactly. It's like, fuck. I just love this. Which neighborhoods welcome you? God, I was shunned from so many places growing up because I was from the poor family. I had the bad name.
Well, yeah, you were.
So I could only hang out in the ghetto, but the ghetto didn't like me because I was white. And I didn't act black.
You'd probably fit in around the biker hoods. You'd probably fit under the biker hoods over here.
We didn't have... The biker bars were out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Although they'd probably laugh if we're not doing drugs anymore. I mean, they'd probably understand, but, they'd laugh.
Oh, today they'd laugh. I'd be fine hanging out in the biker bar,
Yeah.
As long as it had decent music these days. But as a kid, I don't know. Fuck.
As a kid, I could see you or I saying the wrong thing as a kid.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, boy.
And that's when you get your face slapped with a brick.
Yeah.
An actual cement brick or adobe brick, if you would.
But yeah, nowadays it's just, yeah.
And which ones don't? So relieved you got here safely. Looks like a grandmother character. Why wouldn't we? The protests.
I was waiting for, Grandma, what big ears you have?
The protests. We gotta watch out for the protests.
Well, yeah.
What about Reginald Denny? Did he have to watch out for the fucking protests?
There was something I saw on Twitter where someone's friend is transgender, and if they're like a minute late, they start frantically calling them because they're afraid they're going to get killed or something.
Oh, God. I mean, Reginald Denny had to really watch. He was just driving his truck like he was every day for work. Then gets yanked from it and the shit kicked out of him.
Yep.
Because, cops did things. So we have to punish this truck driver who had nothing to do with it. And to this day says it was okay. Yeah. I forgive. And all that shit.
Well,
so...
all protesters are good.
Yes, they can't just yank random innocent people out of their lives and destroy them.
No.
They're blocking the road, says some fellow from an armchair. I'm guessing it's a grandfather. Marchers came to demand justice for the unarmed African American. They demand an end to killings across the nation, part of a shameful pattern that has claimed the lives particularly of young men of color. Marchers referenced past victims and a video taken by a bystander, says the TV. Breaking news, family speaks out on police shooting. Yeah, what do you think's happening there?
If you have somewhere to go, it doesn't matter what the hell skin color you are. Yeah, that's what you're going to think about protesters are blocking the roads. You ever been in a hurry?
Or you ever have to get to work, or fucking someone pregnant, water broke, or, life-threatening?
No, well, of course not, because we're too busy protesting. And
I've heard this in, different countries where, the gangs will shoot up ambulances.
Well,
because they're treating a rival gang members, and you can't have that, so they'll kill, all the innocent EMT, doctor, anyone trying to help them, just to get at the guy that they wanted dead to begin with.
In Colombia, if you were driving somewhere and the guerrillas stopped you, if you were working for the government, you were just killed. If you weren't working for the government, they would explain their position, which is okay, and then they burn your car. It's like, well, I was kind of willing to sympathize until you deprived me of transportation.
No, we're lowering our forces. You're conscripted now. Enjoy the rape factory.
Well, the IRA would just cut your throat. That you know. That,
How do you imagine those folks feel? You may get the message that racism is happening only to black and brown people. I can't watch the news. That police officer was just doing his job, says the mother. Racism is a white person's problem, and we are all caught up in it.
So, like, it can't happen to Asians?
You telling people that fucking black people can't fend for themselves, and we have to take on this object. Oh, God. I was not accepted by anywhere ever since I was a little kid. Fuck.
Well, apparently
I had to fight and carve out my own place to exist even before I even had the strength to do so on my own will. And I'd sit there sobbing and crying like a fucking little bitch.
It's all
because
about
oh boo-hoo and all this. But, you know, I had to learn the fucking strength. I had to learn the fortitude. I had to learn this shit. And hell, I still gotta keep going. I'm ostracized. I've been ostracized my fucking entire life. I've had to put up with shit. And there's no community under the tables or whatever that just blindly accepts me. They blindly reject me. I'm the satanic baby killer because I played Dungeons and Dragons and played video games and listened to heavy metal.
Oh no.
I'm the evil one that has millions of fucking infant corpses buried in my dad's backyard. But then when I didn't find any corpses back there, I now can open up evil vortexes to hell to deliver them directly to Satan himself. If I could open an evil vortex to hell, I wouldn't have been bullied at all in high school. They would have all been in hell. I wouldn't have wasted it on sending babies to them. I would have sent my bullies to them.
I shared the one of the episodes with people on a Discord server, and when you were talking about evil vortexes to hell, I don't remember what game they mentioned, but he was like, "Yeah, he wishes he could do that."
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, yeah, he'd be a hell of a lot cooler."
That'd be awesome. Then it's like, alright, see those torments? Now give me $5. Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, for me, it's like, see this? Oh God, not again. I just cleaned my pants from the last time.
Dear God, there's horrors, and I'm hardcore. There's things I don't even want to touch there.
Yeah.
Mostly by refusing to look at it. You can face this. Come away from the TV now. Look, I made your favorite.
Come away from the TV now.
And use your imagination.
Does that work with any kid watching anything?
No.
If that caught their interest, they're watching it until you turn off the TV.
And
then they cry because you turned off the TV.
Okay, I'll say one thing. If it's the news, that was like the one thing, because I was a kid and I didn't really.
God. Yeah, I remember fucking crying because I didn't bitching and moaning because they fucking changed the channel or turned off the TV. Make me go do something else. I was watching something. I was interested in it.
Well, yeah, I did too. But I'm saying that's the only thing. If they're watching the news or something and they say come away from the TV, because I found the news boring as hell. Because I'd rather watch, them working on cars. But yeah, exactly. How often does that? Granted, there were some times where I actually did that by myself because I come from the last generation that actually has imagination.
Yay.
God, can you imagine what RPGs are going to be like in 20 years when no one has any damn imagination?
Yay, it's the Colors show, which is just a test pattern.
Shoot.
With the friendly boop. And that's what people are watching. Because if they saw anything actually creative, it would blow their mind. Then they commit suicide because their lives are so shallow they can't come even close.
If they're watching anything at all, it's I am utterly perfect and the villain is utterly bad.
Yay. Or everyone, or the fucking hero is utterly perfect and the villain is just misunderstood. They just needed a coffee.
Don't we all? I was going to say this in last episode, but I forgot. a friend of mine said that, yeah, it's funny that Gem, the 80s TV show, has more depth than most modern television. And that was meant to be, a toy advert.
Wait, what?
We were talking about last year, last show, we were talking about what makes a hero and what makes a villain
Yeah.
and no sacrifices. And my friend said, yeah, Gem in the holograms has more depth than most modern day TV shows.
Oh, yeah. I
And
didn't
that was
catch
meant
what
to
you
be a
saying,
toy
Jim.
advert.
Yeah, that was a toy advert.
Yeah. So I wanted to put that in the last show, and I didn't get to. And
Same thing with He-Man and fucking Transformers, Gem the Holograms, fucking, those were toy advertisements. Thundercats, and that was a lot more depth to their heroes and shit. And
see, I could never get into Thundercats because they were so damn sanctimonious.
Yeah,
But
they were.
so just remember that a sort of like a toy advert
And the
with
fucking
pink hair.
Thundercats were racist as all fuck.
Yes. So just remember, everyone, a toy advert for a fake man with pink hair has more depth than your modern shows. Let's continue.
Oh, and there's our favorite. Look at that. Brownies.
Brownies
Hot
are good.
brownies.
I want.
You see, that's why they're her favorite. They keep her drugged so that she doesn't know things. That's why she's just staring at the TV right now that has the news on. Which, God, what kids actually fucking watch the news?
I've never had pot brownies. I've had pot, and I've had brownies.
I've had pot brownies, but I was tripping at the time. So, it didn't really hit me like it should.
Well, no.
And I remember that I wanted to have Ritalin cookies.
Oh, God. I hate Ritalin.
I loved Ritalin. It was like, a nice speed effect. But that was back then. Now it'd probably hit me different.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I was like 7 or 8 when 8 to 11 when I was on it. So it just fucked me up. Like, I just didn't want to do anything. So it was not a speed effect. But I've had speed effects. Ritalin cookies. Ugh.
Yes, Ritalin cookies.
I want acid cookies.
Oh, God. You have... LSD gets killed in heat. It's got to be the right temperature. Can't get too cold. Can't get too hot.
Yep.
It's a very unstable molecule.
Well, that's why you put it on after you let the cookies cool.
Just a drop for each.
Yeah. You don't bake it in. That would be...
We had shroom moon pies at fucking camp.
How many did he eat? About 12. No, well, I remember the one time puke. Some guy threw a paper and basically forced it into Puke's mouth, and it was a whole sheet of acid.
Oh dear God, how long was he gone?
He lost the ability to speak words.
Yeah, I could see that.
I actually...
How many days, weeks, months? I gotta hear, because we had Statue Man out here. We all knew what he did. Because the rumor had persisted from the 60s, and I heard from actual hippies in the day, he downed a book of acid.
Okay, 4 days later, a friend calls Puke up, and the only words he can get out are words hard. So she drives over and makes him coffee, and that was 4 days later. And the only words hard.
Yeah. That's all you can think of.
Yes.
For 4 days.
Did you ever meet Statue Man?
I've seen him on the road. I didn't talk to him. Stern got to talk to him. And all he got out of Statue Man was, "You want to see what I'm seeing?" and Stern was the first one of my friends to do acid. He was really into it.
Nice.
He knew what was being offered, and he was too terrified to agree.
Yeah, I would be.
Because this is a guy that would just stand there for hours on end, still, motionless, in the middle of the sidewalk.
I also like my friend who took some acid, and for 8 hours, he 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 was he was a Japanese crossing guard.
A Japanese crossing guard.
He would stand on the street, on the sidewalk, directing traffic and speaking Japanese.
That's beautiful.
I thought, and we were like, "Could he be arrested?"
Was it real Japanese, or was it what?
Yes, it was real Japanese.
Okay, because I knew people that would fake it, and like you could tell.
No, it was
like,
real Japanese. But and I was like,
good.
could he be arrested for this?
Probably. You're directing traffic.
Yes, he was speaking authentic actual real Japanese.
That's beautiful.
So let's get.
Haha. Oh, and look, this is a nice home, right? Like, this is a good home where people love each other. Like,
Yeah, until you close the curtains and then the domestic abuse begins.
Yes, because you got to keep them in line. Oh, look at how loving this home is. Yeah, and I fucking was told I was going to go in the gifted program, and they called home to see if they wanted me there. And that woke my dad up. So I got the beating of my life after my first day of school.
Where did you live, Jim? Did you live in like the suburbs or the fucking?
It was a small townish kind of thing. Like not like, microscopic. We're talking, a few thousand people.
Yeah. Because I knew people who lived in the suburbs. So you'd think they'd have idealistic lives, and their lives were worse than ghetto people. Because I've known some ghetto families that were functional, strangely enough.
I mean, I lived right off one of the main highways going through town, like literally right on it, Route 130.
Uh-huh.
And, I was hit by a car on that road once. That was the last time I was hit by a car on that road. There were other roads I got hit by cars.
Yes, that was the funny part of his memoirs. He was oddly specific about that. But I just remember talking to someone, and he was like, I don't get your friend, man. He's from the fucking suburbs. Why is he into punk? And I'm like, do you know his living situation? Do you know how dysfunctional, his life is just because he lives in a nice...
Jeff's parents were good. He who shall not be named's parents were good. Then there was the other kid whose parents were very, very fucking strict. And, he had a ruler taken to the side of his face, and it still had the metal strip in it, so it cut his face.
Oh.
This was for a B on a test.
Wow.
Getting a B.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, or it can be argued that, those two were destined to be like fuck-ups because they had it too good. This guy was destined to be a fuck-up because he had it really bad, even though outwardly we're perfect. Like,
oh yeah,
I would hear that all the time. It's like they don't even know what the fuck they're doing to you.
Well, we had the opposite. We had some spoiled brats who were destined to cause trouble, and they were fun too. But I
mean, and then people heard about the shit going on with my dad, and like I said, it was lower middle class, but it wasn't like total. I didn't live in the ghetto. I just lived off the main highway, and the houses were actually half decent, even though they were all fucking coated in aluminum siding and shit. And kind of cardboard cutter and all this, I wouldn't be surprised if you could buy it from Sears.
Yeah, pretty much.
But, and of course our house was made near the turn of the century. I think it was like a 1929 coin that was embedded in the porch that had the concrete on it. It wasn't really horribly poor or anything. But it wasn't like suburbia. It was just like, it wanted to be the suburbs, but it wasn't quite there. And, I had the bad name because I came from the poor family.
In Los Angeles, the class distinction's a little bit vague because it's Los Angeles. Like, there's a little bit. You also, a friend told me about growing up in Beverly Hills, the flats of Beverly Hills. The flats are where all the people who fix those European sports cars live. And he was saying that it didn't matter. You could go over to your friend's house with a mansion, and there was no real class distinction. And I mean, I think there were some famous people who were at some of the gigs we were at. I don't know that for a fact. Well, there's also that book Disco's Out Murders in, where the guy in the punk rock game was talking about smoking dope with Butch Patrick, the Munsters fame.
Yeah.
And Mick James, the funk star guy. So you never know. So Los Angeles is a little bit different and weird. Anyway, let's continue with the loving home.
Bless this mess. There's a cross there. We have apples out. Racial justice. We must step up, says something on the TV. Understanding the truth takes courage, especially a painful truth about your own people, your own family.
The painful truth.
Are you all right?
Is it? The painful truth is if you bang a brothel to infect them with the voices, your dick will hurt if you try to masturbate.
I don't know. I think the painful truth is, I get fucking arrested for breaking some windows at the age of 7. And my dad picks me up and acts like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, a couple years later, the local glass plant catches fire. And that whistles blow. And they end up calling class for the day. And when I get home, I get the beating of my life because the whistles woke up my dad. And somehow I was to blame. Even though I didn't know that the fire was going or any of that shit.
Yeah. And it's not like
it just woke him up, and that set him off. I didn't have anything to do with it, but it was my fault.
Yep.
And I got the beating for it.
That's pretty painful truth.
That's a painful truth, yes. God, I wish I lived in a fatherless home.
Says the mother, looking at her in the rearview mirror. You think she's all right?
She looks constipated.
Even people you love may behave in ways that show they think they are the good ones. That's interesting.
No, it isn't.
Oh, God. This was an old adage from, Dungeons & Dragons groups I heard ever since I was a kid. Anyone that played a paladin. Okay. There are no good people. There are only good deeds. Now, You get the nihilistic, okay, there's nothing inherently good about people. But you peel back the onion a bit, and now it's pretty much asking you, are you living up to your own stated, whatever, your own stated morals and values and ethics and all that? Are you living up to what you are? Are you all? How many lesser evils must you countenance before you've actually committed a greater evil?
Yep.
I must countenance a lesser evil in the name of the greater good. Yeah, and if all you're doing is doing that, then, just how good are you? If you're just letting all this other shit go. God. It's pretty sad whenever old school D&D groups have more moral depth than this book has so far, and it's supposed to bring kids on the moral path.
Yes, Anastasia Higginbottom or whatever your name is, you're now.
It's like one hand is holding a pocketbook, the other hand is locking the door.
Oh, there's a black kid walking down the street, and a couple tannish people in the middle of the street, holding hands.
Sounds like a typical day in Southern California.
Yeah, everyone gets paranoid. Oh, God, the colored people are there. Gotta lock our doors, but I'm one of the good ones. You see, I like telling this story. We were out on our way, tripping our asses off, and we were going to go see the laser show at the fucking Science Museum. And they forgot to buy beer and stop anywhere else on the road, so they pull off the first bar they see. I didn't know that they wanted to stop in the middle of the ghetto. I walk in, and me and the bartender are the only two white people there. There's a guy hobbling along on crutches saying that someone shot him in the leg and is going to fucking gad his ass. Half the people there are saying shit just trying to out-hard each other. So I didn't go to a black bar. No, I went to a gang bar.
Yeah.
Black bars are different. I'm fine at a black bar. I just don't like the music. Gang bar, that's a completely different atmosphere. Okay.
Yes.
So I go up to the counter to get my shit, and I had, Heineken and other top-end shit that, my friends wanted, and I'm tripping my ass off. I'm surrounded by, gang members, and they're all looking at the oddball white guy who just walked in, sticking out like a sore thumb. And the place goes silent, and I am tripping too hard, and I could feel the eyeballs on me, including seeing quite a few out the corners of my eyes, trying to act cool, trying to act straight. I'm tripping too hard. I'd like some fucking Mickey's and Crazy Horse and the cheapest shit. And my friend got back to my friends, it's like, why the fuck did you get Colt 45? You have no idea where you took me. But the thing was, I was the minority. The only other white guy in there was the bartender. And like I said, it wasn't a black bar. It was a gang bar heavily populated by blacks. So whenever you stick out like a sore thumb, such as having white skin walking into such an establishment, if you didn't prove yourself to be 100% thug to them, they're going to judge you. And the moment I got my Colt 45s, they all went back to normal and everything was fine. I swear, if I would have said anything top end, I would have had the shit kicked out of me.
Yes, or at least been chased out.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, okay, you can drink cheap stuff. I like, you don't know where you took me.
Yeah, you don't know where you took me. Just go. Go. What? Drive! And the worst part was I was tripping my ass off the whole time.
Yeah, so that...
I would have had a different... If I wasn't tripping, I probably would have had a different assessment of the situation, but I know for a fact that was a gang bar. Because I've had people who were friends of mine fucking... Whenever I was still selling drugs, saying, yeah, you never wanted to go to that bar. I know that bar. No, you could have been shot just for being white.
But hey, you proved yourself.
Yeah, I proved myself. Give me the fucking cheap 40s. God damn.
Hey, 40s are good.
Uh-huh.
They appear to be in a neighborhood where there are mostly people with brown skin. That could be a racist move, right? So they're going to a public library. Racism was not your idea. You don't need to defend it. I'll be over here if you need me, okay? Says the mother. You can bring your curiosity to learn about it and see that it's true. Going down the steps, she sees a book called Our Shared History. In the United States of America, white people have committed outrageous crimes against black people for 400 years.
No, 400 years. Good. Oh, God. We're going to sit here and bring up historical wrongs instead of saying, just do the right thing. We have to browbeat ourselves with other people's luggage.
Everyone has to pay for the sins of the past, apparently. Yeah. Even though my family's more German from 100 years ago, so.
Yeah, I was a nation invaded, and I don't even know if it exists anymore. I think it does, but I don't know.
What nation?
Slovenia.
Slovenia exists. I was just watching a guy
Okay.
from Slovenia race a speedway.
Okay, there we go. It exists. See, I don't even know my own heritage. God damn. You're acting like I should know everything about white.
Trump's wife is Slovenian, apparently.
Okay.
All along, every step of the way, people who love justice.
Or was it Slovak? Yeah, it was Slovakian.
Well, Slovakia also exists. A guy just won the speedway race from Slovakia. Of course, it used to be Czechoslovakia.
This thing's got my brain turning into mush listening to it.
Of course, it used to be the Czechoslovakia, but now it's just Slovakia.
And love each other have been fighting back. Many white people did things they never should have done. Denied opportunity, there's bank loan denied, notice of eviction, that's where you kick someone out of a house, denied housing, denied voting rights, voter registration tests. They used to give these to people who they knew couldn't pass them, so that to make sure that they couldn't vote, right?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that never happened, but I don't remember anyone known to me doing that.
I think the more... Oh, God. It's like fucking shit. Yes, these are things that you need to bring up. But you're doing this in a way to say, look, you are responsible because you're part of this family, but it wasn't your idea.
Jim, when was the last time I denied housing to someone? Maybe I was high. Like, I just walk away. You can't live here. What?
I denied housing to my cousin.
Well,
he had to be kicked out because he was being too much of a fucking hassle.
You can't live here. Dude, you're in a gift shop. You can't live here.
Those policies were targeted at people mostly who were African American, to make sure that African Americans couldn't vote.
Or poor.
Well, yeah, and no one's denying that happened.
Yeah, that's not the point here, and that's something that does need brought up. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Many other white people failed to see the problem with this. They exploited the...
Okay.
I see the problem with it.
I see the problem with it. About 90% of the white people out here in this country see the problem with it. That's why we fucking voted to fucking change these things, and we fucking teach about these injustices. We've taught about these injustices since I was a kid in the 80s.
I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was, hearing about how the country was in the 50s and 60s, I was appalled by it.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, really? This was real? And it was, recent? So, yeah, but...
Yeah, I heard about the shit going on in the 50s and then the 60s, the bus boycott and fucking the canonization of Martin Luther King and why the hell we celebrated it and going through with different shit. And
so this is pretty sound. Let's see where it goes.
Love and labor of black women. Yes, ma'am, says a brown-skinned lady holding a white kid. Isn't that interesting? Little white kids clothed with dollar bills. There. Yeah.
What kind of yuppie filth clothes their baby in fucking dollar bills?
Well, it's meant to be a symbol of wealth and white privilege.
Oh, God. That's just pure yuppie filth.
Yeah, it's meant to be this kid's born into money, basically.
Oh, God. If I even knew what money is. God. That's how little I make. It just it goes away in fucking bills and rent and all kinds of shit. And I'm left with even less. And I live in a fucking shitbox room.
Which really, if you're doing a kid's book, that symbol's a little bit too vague.
Yeah, a kid's not gonna fucking pick up on it.
No, a kid's gonna go, why are they using money? Is it... Yeah, no.
they're going to think it's dumb.
Literal.
Yeah. They're not going to see it as like fucking, oh wow, I'm symbolizing things.
No.
These choices put wealth and power into white hands, homes, and neighborhoods. Right, so the systems for getting loans, having a home, and voting have been rigged against black folks, and
they've been rigged against poor folks.
Well,
Do you even realize that you had to fucking own land in order to vote here initially? That was like the rule. You could not be poor living here and vote. And that was for your straight, white, male, patriarchal, whatever. That was the deciding factor. Wealth, not fucking...
Well, you come from Eastern Europe. Eastern Europeans were just loved back in the day. So I learned a little bit about loans because there was a race car driver named Scott Tucker who was in charge of payday loans. You know how rigged loans are against anyone? I mean, that is some of the most corrupt stuff I've ever seen.
Oh, God. Payday loans are just a fucking... It's like 50% interest due in a week.
Yes.
And like it just spirals out of control, and eventually you're borrowing 2 paychecks worth. You have to take out a loan in order to... So the moment you get your fucking income tax return, if you're lucky enough to get one... I couldn't get one because student loans. Yes, but fortunately, the ex-wife did, and I said, no, we're not getting this anymore. We're not doing it. Because we were just taking out loans to pay the previous loan. We weren't doing anything but barely getting by, and we were barely getting by without the payday loans.
Scott Tucker is no longer racing. As of a few years ago, he's now serving a 16-year sentence for fraud. The funny thing is everyone knew he was a felon. In fact, I believe he was charged long before he started racing, but everyone let him because he had money. But yeah, now he's 16 years. He and Avenatti, Trump's lawyer, or Trump's the porn star's lawyer, they should get together and start Felons Motorsport. They can race on like work release days.
Oh yeah, work release. Oh, that reminds me, fucking someone was bitching that like fucking prisons were leasing prisoners to do work. And it's like, oh, look, it's slavery because you only lease property. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, so you're going to shoot the fucking prisoners in the foot. The ones that, like, actually kissed enough ass, did all the right things enough to get on work release to get their fucking $5. So they can't even fucking get the good ramen from the fucking commissary. Because you're going to deny them the ability to make money to do this.
You know about the scandal, right? That they were basically deliberately raising up prices in the prison stores to make it so that you had to do like 3 years of work release before you could afford anything. That was a huge scandal back in the day.
I've heard about similar shit, but they do jack up the prices. Anything government owned fucking jacks up the prices because who the hell else you gonna go to?
And that's why the black market exists. Anyway, let's.
That's right. How much heroin can you shove up your ass? Come on, and you gotta do it deep because they're gonna do an anal cavity search on your way in.
And for people who have skin that looks like mine, in the United States.
My skin looks like yours, and I was denied all sorts of fucking opportunities.
Really quickly, we're talking about ass. So we were in line for the first Mayhem Festival, and this. The guy who was like patting us down, he's actually been to some of these before, and he's just doing his job. Whatever. He's like, I know you guys think this is bullshit, but I've actually seen. I was at the first Ozfest, and a guy stuck a bong up his ass for 6.5 hours, and my friend was like, "Who's going to hit? Hey, you guys want a hit of this? Who's going to take a hit of that?"
God, we just hid things in our shoes.
Well,
we were fine.
Ugh.
You wrapped them up in fucking wrap. We didn't fucking leave it bare. Come on. We knew fucking sock and foot sweat and all that shit. And it wasn't even... And we only put it in there like just before we got out of the car. And then when we got into the place, we fucking went to the bathroom, took it out, and put it in our pocket.
Yeah, well, he did it for 6
And
hours.
we also spent time. This is before we had like actual like rolling machines for tube cigarettes.
Yeah.
We fucking wiggled out all the fucking tobacco out of a pack of cigarettes, then filled it up with weed, packed it in there, and then put a little bit of tobacco on top so it looked like a regular cigarette, and put it back in the pack.
Yes. But yeah, he did it for 6 hours. And I'm like, who's going to want that?
This is before we found better ways of smuggling drugs into concerts.
Some white people joined the leaders of black liberation. Angelina Grimke and Sarah Grimke, abolitionists, suffragists, sisters. Julian Bond and members of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, 1963. Liberation equals love and freedom. Nina Simone, 1967. She's an amazing singer, by the way. Nuns and fellow marchers on the Selma to Montgomery March, 1965. John Lewis and fellow demonstrators kneel, 1962. Hello, Mr. Lewis. Colin Kaepernick kneels, 2017.
Ugh.
Okay, that last one doesn't count.
No, that last one does not count. Fuck off.
That's a rich black boy saying that, like, you know, he's poor.
And you know what pissed even the black community off is that he admitted to not voting. So they were like, wait a minute, you don't vote, but you're gonna say this? Shut up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is pure white boy telling black boy how the hell to be black.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Kaepernick. Racism is still happening. It keeps changing and keeps being the same.
Racism, changing, you know, treating someone differently because of their skin tone.
And unfortunately, I mean, you just have to fight it. There'll probably always be people who say, you're different than me, I don't like you. But you just have to keep trying to fight it.
Mm-hmm. So my question is, why don't you like me? I know I'm an asshole, but, you know.
Because your name is Jim.
There we go. That's a perfectly valid reason.
Yeah, how do you feel like, what do you think she's feeling there?
She looks stoned. She's like, I'm so stoned I can't read this book anymore. The letters are eating themselves.
Dude,
what did Mom put in those brownies?
So, we were at Laguna Seca, and I ate an edible. And it was, I ate an edible, and I had 2 beers and 2, like, mixed drinks, right? So I was, I was rocking. And I was so impaired, I couldn't actually listen to my audiobook anymore. Like, I couldn't make sense of the words any longer. If someone talked to me, I could understand them, but I couldn't actually make sense of the audiobook anymore. Why is he riding a motorcycle? Also, stone sleeping is fun because the weird dreams you have, and then you wake up and you're like, I think I'm still high.
See, I remember this was a trick I did a couple times back in the day when I still ate acid. Was I'd be like tired, I'd dose on acid, and before it kicked in, I'd go to sleep. So that way, whenever the fucking shit kicked in, I still had the dreaming thing going on. It made the hallucinations that much more intense.
Yeah, so one of them was I heard Slayer, South of Heaven, all around where we were sleeping. Like, not from any speakers, it was just there. And I was one with it, and I woke up and I was like, I think I'm still high.
You became one with Slayer. Of course you were.
It was like, do-do-do-do-do. Oh. Yes, I became one with the sound.
If I had to guess, I would say overwhelmed, right? This is a big part of history that people don't even know how to talk to kids about.
I was talked about this shit whenever I was a kid.
Yeah.
My parents lived through the fucking civil rights shit, and they told me about it.
This was taught in schools when I was a kid. What the fuck?
I mean, yeah, it was taught in schools.
How
my
old is
parents fucking talked to me about this shit.
How old does this guy look?
And they fucking... This guy looks like he's like mid-20s, maybe early 30s.
Yeah, he should know better. Well, shouldn't we all?
But I'm just like, fuck. Just growing up. And, even before we had, like, actual cable, like, they let me watch documentaries on this shit on Channel 13, which was the PBS station.
Uh-huh. I remember.
And, like,
well, I
I had questions, even my dad would answer. And I keep telling you how much of a scumbag he is. He did have his moments.
Yeah.
Where he wasn't that scumbaggy, but yeah.
But yeah, well, and I learned about, like, the Black Panthers and the people who, the white guys who helped the Black Panthers. Not the new ones, the racist one. I'm talking about the old ones.
I didn't even know the difference back in the day. That wasn't the distinction that I didn't pick that up till college.
I remember the MC5
because
saying,
the whole entire thing about the Black Panthers was they were a force for good. It wasn't until I bumped into one when I was in college where it was like, dear fuck, I've been debating neo-Nazis and this is the same exact shit.
oh yeah, no, the new ones are scary, but yeah, the older ones are,
Yeah.
But the new ones, even the woke calls them racist.
Yeah.
And yet, just being here, alive in this moment, you have a chance to care about this, to connect.
I had many chances in my life. I once had a chance to interview Dale Patterson, so I did.
Yes, and we did that with Jeannie Keebler too.
And Ryan from Tesla Disgorge. We need to get him back on the show.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. But it's like, God. I hate how this is like framed as if this is a monumentous moment in history and you're going to be the pivotal force of the ultimate good guys after we got done telling you you're not the good guy.
Well, let's see how we can be a force for good.
And there she is back in the library with some other kids. Chance to connect. But connecting means opening, and opening sometimes feels like breaking. That's how opening is.
Opening feels like breaking.
If it's done right.
We talk about rib splitter here. Oh God, what was the one? Bloody Eagle? That's where you fucking pull out the ribs outside of the flesh.
Alright.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my tortures correct. And I forget the damn name of it, but I think that was it. That was great.
It does sound
Our
good.
car's parked over here, love, says her mom. Mom? I don't feel good. Uh-oh, should I pull over? Says her mother. I need to know what's going on. What are you talking about? Why didn't anyone teach me real history? I do see color. I see yours, mine, and everybody's. You can't hide what's right in front of me.
Okay. Let's first pick out the skin tone and pick on that all the time.
I mean, yes, you see color with your eyes, but it's not like you judge people based on the color. I mean...
Okay, are you judging people based on the color? Well, your parents are locking their doors. It sounds like you're with yuppie shit, and this is written for yuppies.
Says the little girl. I know that what that police officer did was wrong.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and we know about...
See, I remember Rodney King back in the day, and I thought the rioting was justified, and they yanked out Reginald Denny, and I was like, no, you don't do that. That's an innocent person.
I even thought
of course, this is me as a teenager, and I wasn't totally distincting that, yeah, you're also smashing up, like, innocent businesses that had nothing to do with it. I mean, torching the police station would have been the best option,
That was actually pretty fun to watch last year. I mean, I even thought last year was somewhat justified until they started making it into something else.
And
I
it's
mean,
just a huge corporate cash grab. I mean, they're making books like this about it. They're trying to get your money.
I mean, yeah, that was a horrible thing that happened last year.
Yeah.
But it became, like I said, it became just such a grandstanding event. Although, a few police stations torched doesn't,
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta do it.
sometimes you just got to have some fun.
And face the felony charges.
Allegedly.
Well, you're facing felony charges if you cross the line. I ain't gonna fucking say I told you to do it.
Look, I'll say this: if you feel like something's worth protesting, protest. But the minute you say we deserve AIDS for protesting, I'm going to laugh at you.
No, because you gotta suffer. Yeah.
Unless
you didn't learn a damn thing.
Unless you're taking, like, if you're taking, like, I don't know, humanities or some bullshit, then yeah, maybe. But if you're taking something else, if you were out of class and you weren't learning anything, then no, you do not deserve.
Well, this is the way they're trying to teach humanities. It's like, I see the color. Color is defining factor here. That's how I treat people. It's based on their color.
The sad thing is if they stop
this is like what the fucking... This is a neo-Nazi's wet dream happening right before them. They don't even have to slant it that much. They could read this book verbatim and it would fucking do the same job that they wanted to do to their kids anyway. See?
That's
Judge people based upon their color.
Because if they had said that, yes, racism exists and yes, people see color, But
I mean, the book has its points that are okay, but then it gets so coated in this shit where it's like moral grandstanding that's like all you see is color.
That's my problem, and we've talked about this before, but I'm saying this to maybe people who are new to this. That's my problem with the woke and with these things. It's not what their general points I agree with completely. It's that they go off the rails.
And this is just fuck.
I mean, when Jim was telling me look up CRT,
see the colors. I'm going to focus so much on the color of people's skin that that's going to discern how I'm going to treat them from here on out.
When Jim was telling me look up CRT, I looked it up and I was like, I wasn't doubting you or anything because I kind of knew what you were talking, but I'm like, look, on the surface, this looks good. On the surface, this actually looks, and you're like, yes, I agree. On the surface, but look beneath the surface. And so I did. I knew it was going to get worse. I wasn't saying like, Jim, you're wrong. I was like, yeah, I get why people buy into it because on the surface, it looks like you're just calling people out, but then it gets to, like I said, segregation. It's creepy.
See, there's just so many points that are like, okay, God, you missed the whole boat on it because you frame it in such a fucking weird way that's like, and it's gonna miss the point with so many people. And as opposed to teaching them, what really happened in history. It's like, here's what really happened in history, and here's political spin, and here's more spin. By the way, here's the yuppie view of everything, and I'm going to cram the yuppie view down your throat.
Yep, but people don't do that much research, and so they're like, hey, this is a good thing. And yep, like I said, it's sort of like a shit sundae. There's a coating of chocolate that looks appetizing, and most people aren't going to taste the shit.
And then you get to the middle, and it's nothing but shit, and it's like, dear God. Vomit.
Yeah, but most people get taken in by the coating of chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't look. So this is what your kids are being taught.
She says, as her mother's driving, go with your instincts on this one. Racial justice is possible. Okay, geez, you don't have to yell. But only if we're honest with each other.
Racial justice is possible. God. That was like... my fucking neo-Nazi friends, the ones I fucking deprogrammed, that was like in their thing. their fucking little newsletter that they got from, like, the movement, like one of the publishing houses that were underground. Racial justice is possible.
I was told 10, 11 years ago that, don't worry, racism won't exist because people will be seen as people. And yeah, I'm not saying nobody will see color or whatever, because obviously your eyes see what your eyes see, but it's like, do you think less of a brown truck than a black truck? Or it would be like that. They'll just be skin tones.
Dude, if I need something at work, I find someone that can drive the forklift. I don't care what the fuck their skin tone is. If you could drive the forklift, then I need you to get something off the damn top shelf.
Well, exactly. If someone wants to appear on this show, I don't care what their skin tone is. Unless they're Eastern European, then fuck that.
Oh, fuck you too.
It's a joke, people. It's a joke.
No, it's not a joke. You mean it from the bottom of your treacherous kidneys.
And ourselves. I see a playground over there. Want to get some air? Yes! She runs over. She's playing. There's some more kids. Your histories.
Yay.
See, people, we need humor sometimes because this story's just ruined my brain. So.
Yeah, and we go off on these tangents to save our brain cells. It's like, God. And like, she's gonna go run off, play with the black kids. Ooh, so daring in today's day and age.
Like,
I mean, back in the fucking, whenever I was married, a black chick listening to metal was like, oh my God, because you keep hearing these black people say, no, you gotta be black, and like, all you gotta do is listen to all the black music. So, a black chick listened to metal, which was a white boy's genre, even though, fuck, it wasn't, but whatever.
Meanwhile, I'm dating
that
one
was
right
a
now.
rarity, and today, like fucking shit, someone with a different skin tone listening to metal, bravo. And you
But
coming up in
still,
countries that it wasn't native now, bravo.
She says she's got a lot of shit for, like, because she's not, it's like, she respects like the old rappers, but she's not really into rap or hip hop, and she got a lot of shit from her friends like, why don't you like rap or hip hop? It's just, I don't like it. It's, she likes some like funk and shit, but not, but anyway. Meanwhile, how many black girls have I been with, or since we've met? 3, 4.
Oh yeah, I'm such a good guy because I married one. Oh wow, like I care. It wasn't like fucking anything. If I can talk to you, I'm gonna hang out with you.
Yeah,
and if I start getting those feelings, I might try romancing you.
Yeah, I never thought about. I mean, the girl from Texas, I didn't care that I didn't.
I mean, granted, where I met her was not ideal because I was in a mental institution once again. There was only a week's stay, but like, she had like 6 or 7 guys, like, hovering over her because she was the hot one. And they're like, drooling all over. And I fight my way through the crowd. I was like, hi, can I get your number? And she goes to their blow off thing saying, yeah, sure, whatever, And I was like, fine, I'll be over there if you want to talk. I left her to deal with the guys on her own. And that's what caught her attention was the fact that, I stated my piece and then said, no, now you come on your terms if you're actually interested. If not, oh well.
Yeah, but yeah, we don't care, is what we're saying.
Mm-hmm. I mean, hell, the only reason I was flirting with her is because I heard her speak during fucking group therapy, and she was like intelligent and kind of attractive. So that's why I went for it.
I talk to people who are, well, I got ones attend. I talk to people who talk to me, and oh, I'm from Kenya. Oh, cool. What's it like in Kenya? I was curious. What's the world according to you? And she told me, oh yeah, you see like lions when you get to start your car. It's like, oh, cool.
Sometimes there was a bear in my yard not long ago, a few weeks.
We see coyotes, but
we hear them. I know that they're out there, but
Well, one day, if we ever meet, I'll like throw meat at you and go, "Here, coyotes."
Ah, fuck you. It's the Eastern European thing, isn't it? You gotta judge me.
Not all written yet. What do you want it to say? The end.
I'm German.
And then, because Anastasia Higginbotham is fun and creates little things at the ends of her books, here are some activities. Want to know whose liberation you're fighting for? Your own. White supremacy has been lying to kids for centuries. White supremacy is pretend. The truth is much simpler. Dangerous. Not dangerous.
It all depends upon the level of PCP in your system.
I don't have enough to deal with these people. God, I need to get high tonight.
Oh, God.
That's not. I mean, because most of the time I'm like, I wouldn't mind a drink. It's funny because I'd see people who get home and say, "God, I need a fucking drink," right? And I never thought that I would be like. I always thought that was pretty stupid. I never thought that. I'm thinking, man, later tonight I need to get drunk.
Oh, God.
Whiteness is a bad deal. It all
Whiteness
Keep going.
is
Wait,
a bad deal.
Keep
Always
going. I
was.
want to see what he.
All right. Here's a contract binding you to whiteness. You get stolen land, stolen riches, special favors, and then there's a little footnote that says land.
Oh, God. Do you
Wait,
not
wait,
understand
wait.
how conquerors worked? It happened no matter what your fucking skin tone.
Well,
God
yes,
damn.
yes, Jim, but they view all conquerors as stealers, basically.
Uh-huh.
So
Well, you gotta do that, then every race is implicit in that, because every fucking
yeah, you've never
culture
heard
has
of
done
Africans conquering Africans.
it. Mm-hmm.
I
I mean, what the fuck did Muhammad do to the fucking Middle East?
apparently I stole California from the Mexicans. Although if you never mind.
Yes, you stole California from Mexico.
Although
I can appreciate that.
I'm sure they don't want it back. I'm sure they don't want Texas back either.
Yeah.
Keep Texas, motherfucker.
Yeah, keep Texas, keep California. They turn into shitholes. We want nothing to do with them.
I can't blame them.
Riches and favors may be revoked at any time for any reason. Whiteness gets to mess endlessly with the lives of your friends, neighbors, loved ones, and all fellow humans of color for the purpose of profit.
I try not to mess with people.
This is the worst. This is what? So you're telling me it's not here to make white people feel guilty, but that was nothing but making white people feel guilty.
And yeah, I completely
I mean,
agree.
up until the end, that was okay. We could shit on this a little bit here or there, and there were points that, like, God, no. But most of it was harmless. This is like the thing that the fucking right is bitching about right here. The black and white, plain as day.
And it's not even like, I mean, George Carlin said the exact same thing, but, he wasn't trying to get you to be ashamed of it. He was basically just saying, yeah, white people have done a lot of fucked up things in the past. And yeah, they have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, George Carlin said, but he wasn't trying to get you to be ashamed. I mean,
ashamed of the skin tone you are.
It sucks. I mean, slavery.
That's just fucking black and white, plain as day. It's whiteness that does this, not, humans doing this to other humans. Because fucking shit, who the hell sold us the most black people? It wasn't whites selling us black people. Oh no, black people sold us black people. They take people from the lands that they conquered, colonized, and fucking went all imperial and shit on.
I mean, and the Native Americans, yeah, we did some pretty horrible things to them, and they did some pretty horrible things to each other.
And us. There was I think it was the Whitman fucking mission out in, it was on the Oregon Trail. And, like, these were a bunch of white people that actually cared about what the hell was going on. They were trying to help black people, but we didn't know what we know back then, what we know now about virology. And whenever smallpox hit, it decimated, native villages, and they didn't know how to defend it because they knew, how to do it because people that had inbuilt immunity, these people didn't. So the natives got pissed off at them for trying to help because they thought they were the plague givers, so they burnt the place down and murdered everyone inside for trying to help.
Yep, and granted, there were a few caveats. You had to convert to Christianity if you wanted to be a part of them. But still, yeah, they thought that they were the plague givers. And I was watching a documentary about the West a couple of years ago. I need to find that, watch it again. It's very interesting. The Wild West or whatever.
Oh, God. There's just like so much shit that's just been a shit show back and forth, and it's not like all one-sided. God.
I have a friend who's of a Native American tribe in Northern California, and she was talking about the wars that they would have, and she's like, yeah, they didn't believe in the war conventions of the West or whatever. They were like bloodbaths. It was murder everyone.
Yeah.
Decimate the tribe.
No survivors.
I like that.
The only price is your soul. Sign below. Dude, we can see your pointy tail. Yeah, who do you think is trying to make this deal?
Wait.
They literally have a white devil.
Wait, so you're saying the white people are Satan? Which is weird because the woke Satanists... Never mind. Anyway, by the way...
It's literally a white devil hiding behind the contract.
Yes, I get it. The white... No, say it right, Jim. The white devil. The white devil. You have to say it like that. White devil. You got to say it in your best Southern Methodist voice. And by the way, can I just... most people who are into Satan view racism as idiot herd mentality.
Yes, it is.
It's a way for the feeble-minded.
In fact, actual racists, neo-Nazis I debated, they view Satanism as evil. They want no part of it.
You'll find some Nazi
because they claim to be the good guys. They don't want to be part of the bad guy group.
You'll find some Nazi Satanists, but they're very rare, and the logic that they have to twist is like the double think is actually quite fascinating. But yeah, most Satanists think that racism is a way for basically stupid and feeble-minded humans to feel superior without having accomplished anything.
And most white supremacists hate Satanists because they're the good guys. The white supremacists view themselves as the holy fucking bullshit.
Well, that's why
racial holy war, Rahowa, yay!
Well, that's why
bullshit.
A lot of mainstream Nazi, the people who listen to punk or whatever, they hate the NS black metal scene because of the misanthropy and the evil sounds or whatever, and the Satan. So yeah, you see a lot of because they're the good guys apparently.
Fucking hippie, useless bullshit needs pureed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not an angel. You can be white without signing on to whiteness.
Now, that's going to be confusing as fuck for a kid.
For a kid, yeah, I get what he means.
I mean, for an adult, okay, I can understand what you're saying. I still say it's kind of bullshit. Because what is whiteness? And you're trying to define it as the oppressive force, but this oppressive force exists beyond any race there is. It goes fucking
Well, they're going to find that out the hard way. But yes, that will be very confusing. Let's see what the angel has to say. It's not a morbid angel or a dark angel or a death angel. It's just an angel.
Then this talks about Juliet Hampton Morgan. Born 1914, died 1957. Do not mess with me. Then this talks about what she did. She was a white librarian who fought for racial justice in Montgomery, Alabama. When Juliet was riding the bus, and the white driver would refuse to pick up a black bus rider even after he collected their fare. This was common, by the way. Juliet would pull the emergency cord and raise HE double hockey sticks until the driver did his job. This was an
Now
act
that
of love
takes balls.
for herself and for the community to which she belonged. What she did is called disrupting white supremacy.
Now that takes balls in 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s Alabama.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
that took balls.
You ever heard of George
And I
Wallace,
appreciate
guys?
that.
Yeah, you ever heard of George Wallace, kiddies?
So after going over, like, fucking the very thing that the right is fucking bitching about, trying to guilt people for their skin tone, they make another good point. And now, let's see if they go back to more bullshit. Because it seems to be tit for tat here. And it was very watered down bullshit to start, shit that was kind of vague. Now it's fucking, like, getting more and more concrete. And then, oh, by the way, here's a real fact, and here's more bullshit, and here's a fact.
In Alabama,
Grow
God.
justice. This is something you can do. Inside yourself, like a bean sprout in a milk carton. What if it dies? Plant it again. Never stop planting justice.
Justice!
And the people call for justice. Sorry.
Oh, God. I can't tell you the number of NS songs I've heard that just called for justice.
I was just singing one right now.
I know. I'm trying to let people know where the fuck that came from. Because, God damn.
Look up, yes. It's
You get so focused on justice that you have to purge the unjust. Well, what's the unjust? They have whiteness. What's whiteness? This contract. Okay, kill Whitey.
I mean, yeah, obviously, if you see something like blatant
you're gonna
racist,
need to be a lot more mature to even start grasping how this is not supposed to make white people feel guilty. But, like,
the thing is, even here, I can understand what they're saying. If you see blatant racism, call it out.
Uh-huh.
But they're just saying this in a very stupid way. Yeah, and I
they're
agree.
being racist to say it. And it's like, why?
I mean, I can remember sometimes where we had, I think, a plumber who gave us a discount because we were white. I was like, that's kind of spooky.
I got a discount because I didn't burn down his home.
Oh, well, that sounds like a story I know, where a guy got free liquor for life from this guy liquor store because the owner was so happy he wasn't beating people in front of his liquor store anymore, so he got free vodka on the house.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
I'm actually not doing something, and that's why I'm paid.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No charge because you're not putting
earlier
in
the book,
hospital.
I don't know if you remember, she says that justice is love plus compassion. And
Justice
So wait. So if you love someone and you're compassionate about that love, if you're compassionate about that, you want justice for that person. Which, yeah, I could see if you're like, brother was beaten or whatever, maybe you want justice for that.
Yeah.
Or if you're
now you have to sit there and try to love and be compassionate towards everything while also simultaneously hating the things that they tell you to hate, like racism. You can't thrust your love agape onto the world. Why are you trying to be the mythical Jesus?
because
That person you say that can't exist because, they did this. But look at us, we can do it. We can do it better. God, it's the same thing with utopia. Look, God promises utopia. Yeah, there's a reason why a supernatural force has to do it. Fuck.
Why? Because there's no real war to fight.
Just wait till we incur our first loss to Chinese forces defending Taiwan or something like that. We'll be back in a good war, and then all of a sudden, he'll start seeing this shit disappear as they start fucking trampling it out because, no, we need soldiers.
Yep.
We're losing. We're going to die here. The rich people need your blood. And they will
None.
begin trampling the living fuck out of this shit.
And I will be entertained until I die.
Oh yeah, they're probably going to execute us, but you know.
Our heads will be on pikes.
And oftentimes it comes with some action. A strong internal sense of justice will not fail you.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will. Do you know how many fights? My friend had a strong sense of internal justice. Do you know how many fights started with the words "please don't" and "I didn't mean to" from other people because he thought they had wronged him?
Thought, not proven. Or,
Please don't.
or fuck, you know, there were times where like people would sit there and make fun of my parents at parties. It's like, okay, fine, you know, they're laughable. But then they said one bad thing about my he who shall not be named's father. Yeah, you're getting thrown out of a window now.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 100 times more mild than even a regular insult. Okay, and that's what got you thrown out of a window. That's a sense of justice.
But how many strong sense of internal justice is actually a vigilante mob who kills an innocent person because somebody said that they might be this?
Darn the witch.
Yep.
Even when a lack of justice in the world does. Innocence is overrated. No.
Well, yeah.
Innocence is overrated.
It is overrated.
I mean, yeah, but you know what they're going to go into.
Knowledge is power. And it says, color this in. So you guys could get this book and color that in. Or feel free to create a giant banner and write knowledge is power and hang it in your bedroom.
What knowledge have you spewed here?
That's the sad thing. I mean, I don't hate everything they've said here. It's just that they go off the deep end too many times.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power. Get some, grow wise, make history. Make history.
Get some.
Get some power. Ultimate power.
No, it just says get some. So they're telling kids to go out and get laid.
Okay. I'll let that one slide.
I'm sorry. This is the point I'm at here.
And then this talks about Anastasia. Her books about ordinary terrible things tell stories of children who navigate trouble with their senses sharp and souls intact. And that's my hope for you.
What soul?
I don't know. What soul? So yes, that's...
I also think that, and there's some studies that have borne this out a little bit, that we don't actually... We have to support our classrooms and our student bodies in navigating racial tension if that starts to show up because white kids are feeling like, oh, I'm only always the bad.
There's like, you could see some white people in the audience, but like there's this black chick sitting there with a shit ton of chairs around her vacant. Okay, and the white people are kind of just mulling about in the background in their chairs, and you can't see them. So it's like we have to highlight there's one black person attending this out of all these white people that need to hear white people.
Apparently,
That guy, like we have to, which is why we need those anti-racist models and to just have that conversation. But in terms of their development, this is going to sound really counterintuitive, especially if you're a parent. We actually, there's a number of studies that suggest we shouldn't be worrying too much about making white kids feel bad because they get so much false messages about their goodness that it's actually kind of critically important for them. Now, we don't want to induce shame, right? Which is why they need those models. They need to hear, say, yeah, white people can do racial justice too, right? Here's some examples. So we don't want to introduce shame, and there's a tricky line, and we don't want to cause racial tension where then they have no way to enter the diversity conversation. And so we need to talk about anti-racism with them. We need to give them those models. But we also actually need to, it's good for them to feel a bit, like white guilt is a really big problem. And my goal as a parent is to get my kids into white guilt and beyond it as young as possible. Because
You have to make them feel guilty about being white.
First of all, she talks like this, like with question marks. Gotta hate that. Anyway, positive messages. You're blind. You can't do this. You need someone to bathe and dress you.
You can't feel your own body. I could see if, like, you were paralyzed from the neck down, needing help. But come on. How often do you masturbate?
I'm not answering that question, but once or 3 times every day. Anyway.
There we go. You see, if he can masturbate, he can actually fucking dress himself. Because he's got to pull up his pants afterwards if he's going to interact with anyone.
We've reached an all-time new low on the show. We're talking about my masturbatory habits. But the whole thing is, I mean, whenever, they're talking about slavery, and I thought, well, that's, what they did to the Indians. I thought, yeah, that's messed up. And yeah, it was white people who did it, but I never felt guilty about it because I didn't do it.
But here they're pretty much saying, no, you've got to make them feel guilty now. Because that's powerful. Instead of saying, it's fucked up, don't let this happen again.
Well,
you have to feel guilt about it.
That was my thing is, look, yes, this happened and the Holocaust happened and all this stuff happened. Don't let it happen again. Take these lessons and learn. And yeah, I rooted for Tecumseh over, I think it was Harrison. Because, yeah, Tecumseh seemed like a badass and Harrison, killed him. So he's an asshole. I liked that he's Harrison, by the way, is the guy who, for those of you who don't know, U.S. presidents, he was the guy who fought in the War of 1812, which is kind of the forgotten war. When he was elected president, it was a cold day for his inauguration, and he didn't want to wear a coat because he didn't want people to think he was, old and frail. He got pneumonia and died after a month in office. What
Such
a moron.
A joy.
What a moron. So yeah, I mean, I cheered for that when he, because I thought Tecumseh was more of a badass. But that wasn't so much white guilt. It was like, yeah, you got what was coming to you.
Because white adults are running around with white guilt, and we're stuck. White guilt has to happen. It's a developmental need. If you believe in equity and you live in this kind of system and you're white, you're going to hit white guilt.
I'm not rich person guilt. Oh, wait, we got that already. We have guilt for everything that she's like, fuck. Why not feel guilty about the way you actually treat people, not just some ambiguous thing?
Not something that you think might happen. I mean, yeah, I'd feel guilty if, like, a family member was doing something, Ugh.
So in my mind, I'm like, I need my 4-year-old to experience white guilt so I can support her out of it and beyond it. And I don't want her doing it when she's 20. I want her to be well past that point.
Oh, at least you want to get them past this white guilt point. It's been 2 hours. You know what I say.
What do you say, Jim?
Hell yeah, kiddies needed that. Fuck. The first one was Iron Maiden with Senjutsu off their upcoming album.
Oh yes, new Iron Maiden.
2021.
Their first single dropped when we were, doing a show. So yes, that sounds like a fun album.
Mm-hmm. And that one sounded more like it was about the last samurai standing off. That was good shit.
Yes.
Love it when they do the history thing. The next one was Pestilence with Chemotherapy.
Off of Malleus Maleficarum. Their first album, when they were more of a threat.
Yeah, good shit there. And the last one was Oz with Turn the Cross Upside Down.
From their Turn the Cross Upside Down EP, 1984 Finnish heavy metal. I was just thinking about, back in the day where you were, in books, when we were kids. I know when I was a kid, definitely when you were a kid, police were meant to be the good guys. They were always the good guys. Whereas, nowadays people are taught, apparently, according to that book, apparently kids are taught to fear police.
Yes, you gotta fear them. Honestly, I kind of agree with that, but they make it such a racial thing instead of across everything. They're making it sound like, you're white, so you don't have to worry because you're white. Yeah, after you're getting beaten down high on... Oh, God, not even high. Fuck. before I even did drugs, before I started shoplifting, when I was still trying to be the good kid, anal cavity search. Have rocks pelted at me, but I'm the one asked to leave. Don't fucking fall for that shit. Question these things. And yes, oh God. The whole thing is you have to realize something needs to be there in order to maintain society functioning. Otherwise, it's going to collapse in on you as everyone grabs whatever the fuck they want as they start looting everything and burning it all to the ground and murdering whoever the hell they want.
But whereas and they're taught that basically that every black person fears police or whatever. That was in the last episode.
Mm-hmm.
Even
I've known black people that don't fear the police because, they gone on good terms with them.
And some are police.
Uh-huh.
I feel bad for them. They must get, I've heard some of the white people, you're betraying your race by being a police officer.
Yeah, white people screaming you're betraying your race by trying to make something of yourself. Bravo. Once again, screaming at black people whenever they accomplish something, telling them they shouldn't be doing it, they're betraying their race. That sounds awfully familiar. I wonder if I've ever debated someone for a decade who had that same idea.
Yep. And, but and now they also say that debating Nazis is worthless, apparently. Because once a Nazi, always a Nazi.
Yeah, it's not
it's the same. It's the same thing with feminism, Oh,
God. It's just a huge line of fucking bullshit all around. Then you got people sitting here screaming things like, oh, wow, Tinder's creating virgins. How, you may ask? It's because young chicks find older guys attractive. That thing we've known for ages. Like you're just waking up to reality that's been known. Yes, that's why fucking your jailbait chicks always tried to cling to those 20-somethings. The ones that were definitely underage would try to cling on to the 20-somethings. The ones that were 18 would try to grab the 30-somethings. Why? Because, they're established, they're mature, and they got the money going.
Interestingly, it seems like because it used to be like shameful for younger guys to go after older women, but it seems like that's kind of been.
Well, it's one of those iffy things. I mean, I'm seeing fucking these bitches still complaining, I can't find an economically viable man. You're the fucking CEO of a company. You're not going to meet anyone that fucking meets more than you, that makes more than you, that hasn't already found someone of their own. It's not going to happen. You're the CEO, the fucking chief executive officer. You hit the top. There's only one place you can look for a potential mate, and that's down. So either get yourself a house husband who's willing to do all the fucking chores and raise the kids for you, or get yourself a fucking trophy. That young buck that's bustling with abs and all that. Guys have been doing the same damn thing all this fucking since the dawn, and now that things are topsy-turvy, you can't fucking sit there and make the same call a guy did.
Well,
if you're a housewife, trust me, you definitely get someone that made more than you. But after a certain point, you will not find anyone.
Well, but then they turn around and they talk about how they shouldn't have to worry about that. So, yes, they talk about economically viable, and then they say, but they shouldn't have to worry about making more. So, all I can say is I hope that any women interested in me hope I'm not economically viable.
Fucking shit. I live in a shit box of a room at my aunt's house right now, paying rent. And yes, I've been out on my own many times. For a long, long stint. After I fucking moved out of my dad's house.
I think lower than me would actually be a crack or confession.
Yeah. Or lower than me. People that make less than me are either on SSI disability, or they're retired and living off of fucking Uncle Sam's fucking great pension plan. Of course, if they have an actual pension, they're going to make more than me.
Well, reminds me of a story where a friend knew a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever. Hey, do you want this old couch? You know, we're getting rid of it. Do you want this old couch? You know, it's usable, but we're getting a new couch, right? Sure,
Yeah.
why not? We'll take a new couch. So they were getting a couch. Their friend stopped them. What are you doing with that couch? Oh, they gave it to us. I think there's something you should know about this couch. The woman of the house provides certain services on it for crack. Burn that fucking couch! Burn it!
Burn.
Yeah, they burned it.
Yeah, I remember fucking hell. When I move out, I'm probably gonna fucking go driving around on garbage night to see who the fuck's got free furniture out for the garbage man.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, that's how I got my furniture last time I was on my own, and that was in my 30s. That and fucking thrift store and all that shit. I mean, you fucking keep sitting here like I don't even understand.
So yeah, the ones who complain about not having an economically viable man will then complain about, but why should we have to worry about men making more than we do? But yet they're complaining about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm in the MCP community, and I can't tell you how many people who complain about consent write like stories about women being made into drones.
Possessed, yeah.
So.
A complete drone that just gives blowjobs to everyone.
Yeah. Yes, but then they complain about which. I mean, there is a question there. There is, and there are actually somewhat consensual stories about, you know, making you want it so much that you actually want to be brainwashed. But there are some questions there, but they go so grandstandy. But yes, they talk about consent, and then they you know, write stories about weirdly self-insert characters who get turned into drones. I always wonder if that's projecting or something.
Probably.
Drones.
I wish I could have this. God.
Well,
it goes back to the old question. The people that don't have control in their lives are typically the Dom. And the people that have nothing but control over every aspect of their lives are the sub.
Well, so the other thing is bimbo training, which is a subgenre.
That's a fucking huge, like, normal porn genre.
Yeah.
Where some girl walks up and wants to be turned into a bimbo.
Yeah, but then they complain about consent. So there was a show called, I believe it was called Psy Factor and the Cougar. It was, do you remember Bob and Doug McKenzie, you know, the Canadian guys?
Mm-hmm.
Picture if Bob and Doug McKenzie took a lot of acid and started a show. It was actually really entertaining. Anyway, one of the people they interviewed was a professional dominatrix.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't do sex, but she did everything else, including like making a sandwich out of her toenails. I almost gagged at that one.
That's a joy.
And I guess once the guy got off on it, he couldn't eat he choked on it because that's disgusting. But anyway, and one of the hosts is like, see, I can never understand this because I'm not a powerful CEO or an oil man. I don't have control over my own life. You know, I work every day.
See, I have control over what I do, but I don't have control over so many external circumstances, you know. Fucking shit, I'm living in a box of a room in my fucking aunt's fucking trailer. You know, what control do I have here, you know? I am so in control of my life. I went from living on my own to living with, you know, my girlfriend who I was gonna marry and all this, and then, you know, fucking things went south, and then I moved back in here.
Yeah. But
I think the message here is don't move in with a girlfriend, have the girlfriend move in with me. I don't know.
Or the message is, I don't know what the message is actually, because there's a lot to unpack there. I know. I got to watch your breakup.
You saw the circumstances of the breakup. I don't know.
I
I
come
choose
back.
make poor choices in life. Oh well.
Yeah, but hey, you make choices and you can live to tell about them. I come back from Long Beach and the Swine Brothers chat's been like filled, and I like it was horrible. I couldn't turn away, but I was also laughing my ass off.
As you should. You should have been laughing at my suffering.
It
Because
was
goddamn was that pathetic.
it was pitiful,
Yes.
but at the same time, I could see why you were in pain.
Yeah. I'm not
But
saying don't laugh, but I'm also saying, well, you understood, so, that's all you had to do.
oh yeah, no,
You
I
could laugh
understood.
while you understand. God. I look back, it's like, yeah, that was probably funny. It's like, oh, wow, we tried the open relationship thing and it failed. Who could have foreseen that? Everyone?
Well, yeah, I didn't say it, but I was thinking that. I mean,
It's like,
I think if it starts out
I mean,
open,
yeah, I'll sit here and say, yeah, I met my ex-wife in a mental institution. And people are always saying, you should have seen that coming. And
well, yeah, I said
at the
the
time,
exact same
no,
thing.
I shouldn't have. Because I grew up in a loony bin. So this was normal to me.
See, I'm not saying open can't work. Just for anyone who maybe, I'm not saying open can't work, but I think it has to kind of start out open.
Yeah.
I don't think you could just change the boundaries and I think it kind of has to start out that way. That's just my opinion, and if I'm wrong, but yeah. So
And the whole thing is, the whole entire poly thing, I don't care if I have a monogamous relationship as my core. I'm not going to go fucking around on her, okay? But at the same time, I don't care if it goes the other way either. It's just something that's completely arbitrary.
If it happens, so yeah, you're not looking for poly, but you're also not looking for a monogamous. It's whatever happens.
Yeah, I want a connection first and foremost,
Yeah. So.
And I want someone I could sit there and bullshit with, and then someone I could just sit there and, go off and do my own thing while they do their own thing.
Well, you kind of helped me with that, because at first I thought I thought poly was just another way of saying, I'd like to cheat on people. Which it can be.
See, you got people that say poly is pretty much treat poly like it's swinging. No, that's swinging.
Yeah.
Poly is more about the connection. Swinging is more about the sex.
Yeah. Which you helped me understand, and I've been in some. So, yeah, I completely understand where that's coming from now. But I know people who... But see, the poly crowd, my problem with the whole poly crowd is when they try to shame monogamous people. Well, monogamy isn't natural.
Bullshit. That's complete bullshit, shaming monogamous people.
Yes.
You could sit here and argue all that you want that it's not natural. But, so's the fucking poly thing. What's natural is one guy gets all the chicks, and the rest divergence. And the chick's not into the one dude, also divergence, because they're not going to settle for less than him.
Yeah. I mean, who cares if it's natural? You're typing on the internet, on a keyboard, on a machine. There's nothing natural about a computer. When's the last... You ever seen a dog or a cat confront a computer? I have. It's hilarious. They
Yes.
type random things.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the whole natural argument is just ugh.
And God, sitting there trying to say, well, look, they're judging us. Well, yeah, that's what people do. Oh, well, fucking deal with it. I mean, fuck, you make a choice in life that people are going to judge you on, then accept it and realize that, yeah, you don't have to sit there and shame them for judging you. You just have to not associate. But what if it's my own family? Then, well, play it down while you're around family. God, you don't have to rub it in their face and say, see, this is my third lover.
Well, yeah, it's not like I go out to all my family reunions and go, I'm a satanic metalhead.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me, I
God,
don't
there
do
was
that.
a point while my grandmother was still alive I would hide my one tattoo. Just around my grandmother, just out of a show of respect. I didn't want her to know that, I had done that, because I knew she was raised religiously, and I didn't want her. It was more out of respect for her than it was, oh, wow, I'm going to be shamed for this.
Now, the difference is...
I showed some general respect to a fellow human being who had different views than me.
Now, the difference is I don't hide that I'm a satanic. If people ask, I'll tell them, but I don't walk around flying the flag of, sacrifice, I don't, evil. So it's, but if they ask, yeah, I'm not like metal. It's always funny because that's one of the questions that gets asked. What sort of music are you into? Well, metal. Oh, I kind of like Metallica. That song, Nothing Else Matters, is really good. I'm like,
Anyway.
no, I'm just like, Well, what? And then the worst part is when they say, what band are you listening to right now? And of course I have to tell them. Don't molest her? Oh dear. Corpse molestation? Oops. Well, no, it's even better when it's like G.G. Allen, because G.G. Allen sounds innocent as fuck. Oh, because Gigi's usually a girl's name. What sort of music does she play?
He plays punk that you probably never want anything to do with.
Yeah. Well, would I know any of Gigi's songs? Suck My Ass, It Smells?
I Kill Everything I Fuck?
Well, that was the funny thing where, like I said, or no, even better. So some of my family members found me on Facebook.
Oh God.
Which I still don't have. Now you've seen the music I post on Facebook. Yeah. I was posting, I think it was Shit Fun by Autopsy. That went over well.
Yeah. My family learned real quick. Let's just ignore half of Jim's posts and see whenever he tags us.
Actual question. Why do you like this music? It scares me.
Good. It should.
Yeah. Or even better. That music, I think you should, actual quote from a family member, I think you should steer clear of that music. I think it might be satanic. Really? It's called Satanic War Master, and you think it might be satanic?
Yeah, I just told you the name, and you think it might be.
Yeah. Fucking Einstein.
Joy.
Whereas, I mean, they're all not that. Some of them know what Black Sabbath is. I know you have all your family on Facebook, and I chose long ago not to admit any family on social media.
Well, my family grew up with me, so it's like, oh, we know what he's about.
Oh, yeah.
He posted a video about a band. I'd want nothing to do with it.
Just for context, just to explain, my, parents and sister live here, and then everyone else, aunts and uncles and stuff, 200 miles away at least. The other half's from Texas. So I saw them maybe once or twice a year. So they're not, I mean, it's hard to think of them as family, you know what I mean? They're more like just for, acquaintances. I didn't grow up with a big family or whatever.
Oh, let's go on for some music that the whole family can listen to.
Okay.
much better, kiddies. That first one was the Wizard and Warriors OST in its entirety off the first game, covered by Vomitron. This is off of their Necessary Evil album.
Interesting. I've never heard that before.
The next one was Destruction with Mad Butcher.
I was gonna say it sounds like some power metal stuff. Destruction's Mad Butcher is off the Sentence of Death EP, although I believe it's now on the Infernal Overkill reissue.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the way. The other goes thrash. Very few try death. Most try power metal when it comes to covering NES.
I mean, I'm sure some of the faster stuff you could maybe do like a thrashy heavy metal.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Destruction. That's off the Sentence of Death EP. Fantastic early German thrash. And staying in Germany,
We had Sodom with Blasphemer.
off of the In the Sign of Evil EP. Although I believe again it's reissued on Obsessed by Cruelty. I love later Destruction and later Sodom, but that early stuff when they couldn't play very well and they were so bestial. I was just thinking about, maybe not deal breakers, but if she doesn't like your friends. So I was talking to this woman online, and she was older, quite a lot older than me, but I don't care about that stuff.
Yep.
I mean, so she messaged me, do you know a guy named, I forget which one it is. It was one of the, metal friends I had that I don't think I interacted too much, but he was a nice guy.
Okay.
He was so nice I forgot his name. So do you know a guy named, I don't know, Joe, whatever? Yeah, what about him? He's my friend on Facebook. He looks so scary. And she said she was into metal, which is the funny thing. But she mainly liked Metallica or whatever. And this guy was into, death and black metal. And I have no idea how he looked. I think I liked his band, whichever band it was called. It's been a while, people. I haven't had Facebook in almost a year. So, it was just very, it was like, well, if you think he's scary, then...
Fuck. I mean, just some people. For a moment there, I just started thinking about, video games and this whole thing about, how everyone's screaming, hey, we're heading to another civil war and all this other shit, and look at the historical patterns. And remember that video I shipped you? Well, the dozen of videos I shipped you about Legacy of Kain. Do you remember those?
Yes. Yes.
That was just it's a world where fate is 100% predestined. There's only one thing that can actually let you decide your own fate, and it's such a fucking rare circumstance because two of the same item have to meet in the same space, and it's a fucking artifact. So there's only one of them in existence. So you have to time travel to even be able to do it. Okay.
Yes.
And it just makes me sit here and think, what does it take to fight against fate itself? I mean, we've sat here and we've said, yeah, this has all happened before. And yeah, it looks like this might be happening. We might be going to a civil war, but we've said it a million times and it's never happened. Maybe this will be it this time. Or, whatever. But, it's just the same damn bullshit over and over again. How do you break the chain if it keeps cycling like this?
Yes.
How do you struggle against time and fate itself?
I don't remember.
Well, I'm asking about now.
Yeah. Well, there was another thing you were talking about that, and I was thinking about, curses.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Curses? Curses is a game that you can only win apparently by turning the wheel from turning off predestiny.
Yes. So, if this is all cyclical in nature, and we are destined to do it, how do we fight destiny itself?
Yes.
I mean, I sit here, look back at my life. I was destined to be a no-name nobody. How the fuck do I keep? Why the hell do I keep fighting against it instead of going with the flow and nodding along with my job?
Yep.
I mean, it has to take something in order to sit here and actually say, yeah, we fought against fate. And there was an old adage, I forget who the hell posited it, but it was something along the lines of, conservative is just someone who says stop. As in, standing across the cross flow of time, space, and culture, saying, no, we're good here. This is all we want. Whereas, it's not really doing anything. It's subsisting. You're not actually fighting against the fate. You're just saying, yeah, whatever happens, happens, but I'd like it if we just stopped here. The ride's good. Just let me off.
Yes.
And that's not too appealing to people that actually want to get off their asses and do something.
No, it is not. Well, there's the other one where conservatives wish to uphold existing evil. Liberals wish to replace the existing evils with new ones. By the way, it was I was racking my brain. It was Kevin from Funeral of God, great black metal band, not too far from you actually. It was Kevin Warsnack from Funeral of God. Hey, well, I can mention him. Funeral of God's a great band. Talked to him a couple times, but I didn't really know him that well. And she's like, "Do you know Kevin from I was like, "Well, yeah, we're like Facebook friends, and I'm talking. He looks so scary." I'm like, "Well, he's anti-cosmic Satanist as well. Like, he's like an hour from you."
Cool.
So, yeah. That's the funny thing about Jim is he doesn't know it, but he's actually surrounded by so many great bands.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
So what I was saying about curses is the only way you can win this game is if you turn the wheel from predestiny to chance. Because if you don't, then it's predestined that you will not, because you have a curse on you, and the curse is you're on a quest for a useless item, and the curse is that you won't accomplish the quest. So, and there's another thing where you enter into a temple, Zeus's temple, and Zeus isn't happy that you've entered his temple. So he tries to kill you with a lightning bolt. And if you haven't changed the wheel to chance, it's predestined that you'll die, even with the rod of luck. So yeah, they're talking about that. But yeah, if she thinks your friends are too scary, that's definitely I don't know if it's a deal breaker, but it's a red flag.
Well, then it's destined not to be, because,
But yeah,
you show them this show, it's like, yeah, this is like what? Part of who you are.
See, JD from Mud Bomb, I was listening to an old Mud Bomb radio episode. Mud Bomb, for those of you who don't know, is a show that influenced me to do this show. And JD and Tori were the hosts. Well, John was another host. Anyway, so JD and Tori were talking, and Tori had made he was on a date after his wife left him, as happens in podcast land, because we're all a bunch of failures here. Anyway, so he was talking to a girl, and she said, "Well, what do you do?" And well, I work at a video store. This is 2006, but I'm a bit of a comedian, and I do this show called the Mud Bomb Radio Show. And I've told you what they play on Mud Bomb, porn clips. I mean, the title it literally means shit. A mud bomb is a shit, and I think the logo is a microphone and a toilet bowl.
That's joyous.
So she didn't, and JD was saying she didn't like it. JD was like, yeah, I tend to show the show to people I've known for a long time, and family, people who are basically stuck with me. But I tend to show my show to people just like, this is what I do. It's a big part of my life. And like I said, I mean, the one quote unquote punk girl thought you were scary, and the good Christian girl who I thought was going to hate the show said, make him cuss more.
Yeah, fucking hell. I mean, I try to show girls this, and it's like, half of them are like closer to my age, so they're like, oh yeah, I remember when this was like the 90s and shit. It's like, yeah, well, whatever happened to being able to speak your mind and shit, whatever happened to being able to take a shit on everything. There was that brief moment in time where we had finally, vanquished the fucking conservatives from screaming at us, and why are we letting the liberals now do it?
I don't remember who it was, but I remember you showed your girl, and she's like, wow, I really like that Elliot character.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got a fan.
Yay.
But, yeah, the whole thing is, like I said, I mean, yeah, Kevin may look big, mean, and scary. I don't know. I can't see him. But, I mean, he's really not. From my interactions with him, he's a really nice guy who loves the dissection and that's the bad dissection, not dissecting things. Because people are stupid. And, but yeah, he looks so scared. It's like, well, yeah. It's like I said, she claimed to be, oh, yeah, I like hard rock and metal. I guess not black metal. Would you like to know the stupidest argument I've heard yet? Even stupider than the story we just read, or the thing we just listened to.
What?
Get ready. That metal isn't about guitar gods.
Oh dear, fuck.
That guitar gods is a rock thing.
Oh God. Oh God. Why?
Now, I'll give him this. He was mainly talking about like black metal, which yeah, you're right. Black metal is not about guitar gods. I love dark stuff, but I don't listen to dark stuff. But he didn't say black metal. He said metal in general.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what about Hetfield and Mustaine and his. Well, yeah, but Metallica's more of a rock audience. I was like, in 1982, really? In 1982, the metalhead, like the Iron Maiden people thought Metallica were a punk band, and the punks thought Metallica were long hairs. But people wanted to be Dave Mustaine. They wanted to be Kerry King. Hell, I wanted to be Dave Mustaine, and I don't even play guitar.
Yeah, just to be that kind of asshole and get away with
Just
it.
I mean, and by the way, kids, we're not talking Christian Dave.
Yeah, we're talking old school. I'm on drugs and drunk off my ass.
Well, we're talking early to late 80s.
Oh God.
I would love to be able to say what I meant. And remember, kids, the day that Mustaine came back to LA on the bus was the day he became more metal than Metallica. Because he wanted vengeance. And I love early Metallica. So do you.
Yes. But there was just something so pure about Killing's My Business.
Oh, isn't it? You could just tell it was so spiteful.
And by the time fucking Peace Sells comes around, it was just still like... It wasn't as spiteful, but it was more like, fuck society.
It was more refined, one could say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Peace Sells. I have to admit, I think I like Killing just a little bit better, just because it's so much Panther piss in its veins.
Oh God, Mechanics. That's the best version right there.
And I mean, second is, of course, No Life Till Leather. But yes, Mechanics, that Killing Is My Business is just, yeah, that is the best version. But I wonder if, I think Gar and Poland really helped because they transmitted that to, because it's furious, but it's not out of time. But anyway, so yeah, if she's talking about how scary your friends look, it's not a deal breaker, but
that's a giant red flag.
See if she'll at least give him a chance, because sometimes, yeah, he looks scary, but I'll at least give him a chance.
See, I remember, like, whenever I had even fewer friends than I do today. And I was sitting there hanging out with Jeff, and he'd bring his friends along to meet me and figure out who I was. But they were too scared of me. So he would he didn't show me him doing this, but he held them at knife point to hang out with me. Just to hang out. He threatened their lives just to hang out with me. It's like, Jim is scary, but he's also really cool. I think I could hang out with him. I need a scary friend to hang out with, apparently. So that way I can keep the bullies away.
Oh, that's why I got you on the show, because it's like, wow, people are, you're saying interesting things, and people are, like I said, the girls actually, wow, he scares me. That kind of makes me want you on the show more.
Yes.
And I know that's a very teenage response, but still, I think
You see, you only have to do the grown-up things. You don't have to grow up.
Well, what did Lemmy say?
I forget.
Motorhead, people who say that, grown up, you can't be a grown up and like Motorhead. Good. I don't want grown ups to like Motorhead. Grown ups are boring. I'm not a grown up. Somebody was 63, I think. Yeah, I think growing up is a state of mind.
Yeah.
Hell, how many kids did you run into in high school? Well, I'm planning my future career and my 401k, but then and I'm like, you're 15 years old. You should be like, you should be trying to like do heroin in the shower. Okay, not heroin, but you know what I mean. You're 15.
God. 15.
I knew the young Republicans of high school.
I wasn't into metal yet. I played a lot of video games. I fucking ran around with a rough crew. This is before the shoplifting days. Just before.
See,
we were doing delinquent shit, like, stealing fireworks and shit, but we weren't, like, doing anything entirely criminal yet.
Yeah, but you weren't.
But we were pushing boundaries, trying to figure out where the fuck we fit in life. We started to find models of, like, figure out who we were and understand who we were. Not just what gender we are, what fucking we want to fuck, and, all that stupid shit, but also, like, there's a guy with a flat tire on the road. Are you going to help him?
Yes.
Or are you too busy?
What you weren't doing was you weren't. Because, like I said, I knew honor students, students who studied for hours and hours and hours. Granted, some of them found the time to party while doing that, which I always kind of admired.
Yeah.
But I knew some, like I said, Republicans of high school were like the most boring people I've ever known. It's like, you're 15 and you're worried about the stock market?
Yeah.
At 15.
And you hear, and these are the people that will grow up and fucking go to 85 countries and have the same exact story to say about all of them, because they only, like, the closest they went to actually meeting the people was a guided tour to meet the people who are part of the tour.
Yeah. Like at 15, all I knew about the stock market was it was evil for some reason. I didn't know why it was evil, but it was evil.
I knew how to jackpot it, but I didn't have the money to start. And then by the time, like, I had something I could try to invest, like, I had a job or something, they had changed the laws so I couldn't jackpot it.
See, I was a 15-year-old anarchist. And,
well,
that's
my
a good
thing
age.
was destroy the system. How do you destroy the system? Well, first you bankrupt the companies.
See, 15's a good age to be an anarchist. Because you don't have any responsibility. So, yeah, I knew that stock markets were evil because they, like, funded South Africa in the 80s and 90s, which they did.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if you want to talk about fucked up, look into apartheid. Not you, Jim, because I'm sure you have, but I mean, if you want to talk about what the banks fund, kids, look up apartheid in South Africa. And yes, the stock market and banks really did fund that. So,
Fuck.
oh, it was.
And it leaves a little wonder why the fuck, yuppies think white is, whiteness.
Let me just give you an example of apartheid law. Hey, we need to clear out some of these, houses or whatever to build, like a center or something like that. We're just gonna bulldoze your houses and give you no warning. Oops, killed some blacks. Then, oh well. Yeah, South Africa, scary place.
Yeah.
And so.
And then you got black people there complaining, "Oh my God, we're now enacting, the inverted version of apartheid. It's apartheid part 2, but now the blacks are in charge."
Well, yeah, because they're killing white farmers. If you want to talk about real guts, I mean, I don't think it takes that much guts to form a band like Cannibal Corpse. It's fun, but yeah, you might be banned in a few, a little bit. But how about South African punk rock in the 1980s?
Oh God.
How about singing the band Powerade singing a song called "Stop Apartheid"? The music is okay. I'm not a huge fan of the music's whatever, but I respect the hell out of them because
they stood up against an oppressive regime.
Yeah, Surf or Die is another great band. So I actually really like Surf or Die. Powerade is okay, but Surf or Die actually. But yeah. Oh God, having a song called, and of course the record was banned, and they had to ship the master tapes to France in order to press it. It's kind of like The Accusation. You remember The Accusation?
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, the fact that someone actually wrote that in North Korea.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a person that could be executed at any moment. The moment they find out who wrote it,
probably has already been.
Yeah.
Although you still see stuff coming out, but that's why his identity is completely, unknown.
Mm-hmm. That's why the stories are changed to protect the, I guess, guilty, because you're guilty of questioning it.
God, that was, that book terrified me more than any sort of horror story could ever terrify. The animation game didn't scare me. It was a fun book. The Accusation, that was terrifying.
And now you got these kids here sitting there saying, "Oh no, there's far right involvement in these protests against Cuba." And, the Cubans standing up against their government for the first time in decades. That's like, far right agitation and the Trump virus spreading.
I'm going to make your blood boil right now. I'm going just get ready. I saw a CRT person claiming that Cuba was perfect because Cuba's ended racism.
What?
There's video of it too. There's video of them saying this. I didn't get it because I didn't want to flood you with links, but yeah. There's actual video of this.
Oh God. Oh God, no.
Yep.
Let's take a short little piss break here while I compute how stupid people are.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, an oppressive regime that just arrested journalists while they were broadcasting.
Isn't music now.
Alright, kiddies. That first one was Electric Hellfire Club with He Who Holds the Lightning Rod. That was the Ranchero remix.
You know, the interesting about Electric Hellfire Club is it's not a genre of stuff I usually like, but I like them. They're different.
The next one was Exhumed with Open the Abscess.
Off of their gore metal album. Fantastic.
And the last one was Intestine Baalism. That's B-A-A-L. With Flesh for the 12th Omnipotent.
From their Banquet in the Darkness album. That's what melodic death metal should sound like. It's great Japanese underground melodic death metal. I was thinking, because we were talking about the accusation and about Cuba, I enjoy reading about. Well, okay, enjoy seems a weird word, but I don't know what else to say. I do enjoy reading about like real life dystopia because it puts things into perspective, or even really hard times. I mean, unfortunately, not everyone has relatives who live through the Great Depression anymore because that's aging. But I mean, the stories I heard about the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl as a kid.
No,
and,
the Dust Bowl, that was a thing.
How bad it got.
I mean, fuck, that was like real life man-made fucking ecological disaster. You keep citing off on things that can't be proven. Why not look at the things that can be proven, like fucking shit, even around here. What the fuck was it? I can't remember the town name, but it's right around here. Close to Pittsburgh. But they had a huge pollution problem where, like, you go outside, breathe the air, you had cancer.
I'll have to look that up for a future show, because that sounds like something fascinating. Of course, you've turned me onto the Centralia thing, and I've been fascinated for that for...
Yeah, that's the fire that's still burning underground.
It's been burning since 1962, people.
May
27th. So, I mean, the thing is, I mean, things got so desperate. You had the promise of work in California. I don't even, who knew if there would actually be work? But you had the promise of work in California.
And that would fucking just pick up and go on the promise, not proven.
A lot of people wound up like at seaside towns, where they did, crate unpacking stuff. That's why Jack Grisham once said about Long Beach that it was Iowa by the sea. And yeah, there was a lot of Midwestern people who came back to Long Beach. Yeah, I mean, and hearing about in the bread lines, I mean, we have no concept of that. That's why when the whole shutdown happened and people, why did the old people want? Because they're going to be the most affected by the virus. Why do they want to get back into the economy? Because they had parents who grew up in the Great Depression.
They know the horror stories. I know the horror stories.
Or or growing up in like a ghetto, or growing up in like I said, the North Korea book was fascinating. And like I said, the stories might be fake, but they were based on real events, and there was nothing supernatural about them. There was nothing. This all could happen. It was terrifying. That's what the accusation book, and like I said, reading about life in Cuba or in communist Russia or whatever. But yeah, now people are standing up. But Cuba's not racist, so they're fine. I get most of this stuff from one Twitter account. He's a pretty scary guy himself. He's pretty right wing, but he's good for these clips. I mean, I think not to toot our own horn here, but I think we do provide a service. Let's face it, most people on the center and left either don't know about this or they're scared to speak up because appearances.
Yeah, they're going to get everything destroyed. Meanwhile, we're already scum. Hell, I've already lost everything, including rights to my own kids. You could go ahead and take away what little I've built back up for myself after struggling fucking homelessness once again. I've done it before. I'll do it again. Getting a bit too old for this shit, but it's not that hardcore for me. It's not the deal ender, the boo-hoo, you canceled me moment. Because I've already been worse. I know what to expect.
Whereas I have to speak my mind. I can't not speak my mind. It's, it's very hard for me to shut up. As Jim knows full well. But, the whole thing is a lot of people are scared to voice if they have any sort of negative opinions because, wow, we'll be canceled, we'll lose all our friends.
Yeah, it's not like I didn't already cut out most of my friends whenever I stopped selling drugs. And then, just had a handful, and then some of them died. Life happens.
Meanwhile, the friends I have are saying, do it, do more of this, do more of this.
What, do more of the show?
Well, do more of the show, do more CRT and more, more videos as well.
Lovely.
Yes. They seem to like it. I think they hate us.
Yeah, I think they want us to suffer.
I think
Dear
they want
God,
us to suffer.
we did 2 hours over a 15-minute video.
Yeah, but it was worth it.
Was it? Was it really? I think that, showing just how it's worded, okay? Okay, we'll go off and tell you about what really happened. Good. Well, we should teach that. And now I'm going to give you this hyper psychobabble that just fucking derails everything into this.
I love pointing out the...
Immediately after, I showed that video where that chick was like, you need white guilt. Why?
I'll point out the positive
Why don't you just
things.
point out and say, this is a horrible period of time. We don't want to repeat it.
I think because she thinks white guilt is inevitable. I like pointing out the positive things, and I'll point out the things that I agree with. I'm not going to sit, because there's some things there that I think they should teach, and I think there's some, but then they just go off the deep end. It's the same thing with, like I said, when Jim started telling me about feminism, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a good thing, and I started reading stuff, and I was like, agree, disagree, hard disagree. Okay, agree, disagree.
Yeah, it's like they put in the shit you agree with, and then they flood it with shit that's like, dear God. And then we saw the fucking product of those kids.
Yeah.
Fuck. Self-segregating, separate but equal. Isn't that the same fucking shit people were beating at hoses with back in the 60s, fighting against? And now you want to scream you're all for it again?
Yes, because it helps them. It helps them be themselves.
Helps you mold minds.
Yes.
Let's separate these people from the group so that way they have no feedback loop.
And that way they can't ever learn to coexist because you'll always be different.
Uh-huh.
You'll always be different, and you'll never be, it'll never be, hey, let's talk about shared experiences. I mean, you have a lot in common with people in the ghetto.
Yeah. Fuck.
But oh my God, I joke about the whole Eastern European thing, but my jokes are actually, obviously I'm joking, but yeah, for a long time, Eastern Europeans were held in contempt.
Very low regard, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously I don't actually hold Jim in contempt because he's Eastern European. I hold him in contempt because he's Jim.
Exactly, as it should be. I'm an asshole. Hate me because I'm an asshole, not because where the fuck I'm from or what the hell I've done. I don't even know my own fucking heritage. Go fuck off.
So that's the thing that I'm trying to get across, is people should be judged as people, and only by then will we be able to actually make some.
I mean, I don't sit there and fucking bash my ex-wife because, oh wow, she's black. I bash my ex-wife because she put me through fucking hell.
I've been fucked over by black guys. I've been fucked over by white guys.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna fucking also shit on some of my other ex-girlfriends who were white. Because they put me through hell. Fuck it. I
Yes.
don't care.
I just showed you I just showed you an article. Um, a woman decided to test her faith. I think this was in Ohio, although a Pennsylvania woman did this a couple of years ago. She decided to test her faith and let Jesus take the wheel.
That's great.
Surprisingly, no one was seriously injured.
I'm glad no one was seriously injured.
She was white, by the way.
Yeah.
So, yes, Jesus take the wheel, and then they crashed. Why don't you let Elliot take the wheel?
That reminds me, like, whenever the marriage was tail ending and shit, but we were still together, and I would go out drinking with he who shall not be named. And the game was, are we drunk enough to go to Walmart? Because at this point, I'm just like, okay, I don't care if I get in a wreck and seriously injured or killed. The marriage is shit, okay? So if we were drunk enough to go to Walmart, there was this really windy road, like huge, hardcore bend. And I just kick back my hands behind my fucking head and tell him, you work the wheel, I'll work the pedal. Several times we did this.
And you're still alive.
Good thing, like, you know, I could figure out when to gas and brake, varying upon whenever he could fucking turn the wheel. But yeah, my hands were behind my head while he grabbed the wheel.
If I heard you do that, I'd just like, okay, pull over. I'm getting out. I don't care if you're.
You'd be too drunk, because we were drunk enough for Walmart. You'd probably be terrified and pissing your pants, but you would be too drunk to move at that point.
God, I've been in situations like that, where like two guys got into a playful knife fight with like butter knives, and I was going, these people are drunk, and I can't move because I'm as drunk as they are, but they're very drunk, so their aim will be very off. I might die.
No, here's a fun one. Because, you know, I used to brag about how cool of a swordsman I was and all this shit, because I practiced, and I did. I was tripping on acid, and drunk, and stoned. A lot of substances going through my brain. Me and he who shall be named. I grabbed my fucking scimitar. He grabbed my cutlass, and we dueled in my backyard.
Oh, God.
And I sharpened these things to be razor sharp. Even though you didn't have to, it's a wedge meant to just hack. So it was extra on top of the actual design. And we're dueling in my backyard, wasted. And they're like, okay, time to go in for another drink, you know, after about 15 minutes.
And you're still alive.
Yeah. I don't know how. I
I
think he called an end to it because I was starting to get too reckless because I was way too fucked. He was just drunk. I was on all the drugs.
Somebody down there likes you.
Down there, up there, somewhere, I don't know.
Well, Puke had this idea. We never actually thought about it, but you know, we never actually did it. But Puke had this idea: drunken chainsaw sculpture.
That would be fun to watch if the person accidentally dismembered themselves.
Well, it'd be fun to watch behind like a blast screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean what I know.
He had this idea for in Olympic sport, drunken chainsaw sculpture.
Right.
But yes, I was like, that's a great idea. You go first.
Go first. Yay.
You know, it'd be a worse idea, blind drunken chainsaw sculptor.
Blind drunken chainsaw sculpture. What a joy in life.
I think it is, yes.
That would be so awesome.
So these are the ideas we have.
Yes.
These are the things, and I mean, I'm horrified by the car thing, and yet I know stories about people trying to, you know. So you get as drunk as you can get, okay? And by drunk, by as drunk as I can get, I mean, you close one eye, but the world doesn't stop moving.
Yeah, and
And you
you're
get,
not passing out right on the spot. You're still able to move and almost function.
yeah, so you get in your car and you drive and you cruise up to about 60 miles an hour and you let go of the wheel. And it's a test to see when you pussy out and grab the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
That was a game that I know at least two. I was never in the car, thankfully, but that was a game I know at least two people played.
Joy.
Yeah. Could you say how do they live?
How did any of us live?
That is a
I
good
drank
question.
beer bombs filled to the brim with vodka.
That just sounds horrible, and I'm sure if you did that now you'd die.
Oh yeah, I mean, I should have died when I did it.
And sometimes you would
And
even
it was
be conscious.
Vladimir vodka, so it was like bottom shelf shit.
And sometimes you'd even be conscious.
Shit, even the homeless would pass up.
And sometimes you'd pass out.
Yeah, and sometimes I'd keep partying. I don't know how.
Again, somebody down there likes you.
Yeah, I don't know how I survived any of this.
Well, yeah, it sounds
High
like
endurance and high luck. Those are my stats.
It sounds like you
But
should be
like
dead
my
in-
luck's never winning the lottery, so it can't be too high. But like it's high enough that things that would kill a normal man I have survived.
It sounds. See, that's why they like your writing. You've done things that people can't even comprehend.
I don't even comprehend them, and I did them. How the fuck did I comprehend them? I can't comprehend my own actions. I can't even come up with words for them. Let's
It's
have
kind
some
of
music to get my words
it's kind of
together. What?
it's kind of a good thing, you know, if we ever meet in real life, it's kind of a good thing that you're older, because I don't know if we'd survive if we were like the same age.
You'd
I
be
don't know if
talking me
we'd
into going off the deep end. I know it.
Which
I mean,
I'd
hell, you're
probably
probably going to talk me into getting completely blitzed in a way I haven't been in years to begin with, and I'm old and shit, and I'd probably still do it. But I have the wisdom behind me to know where I should probably try stopping.
I have the high constitution, so if you stopped, you'd have to like, dude, you just drank a whole fifth. Stop. Oh God, no, 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 no.
No, it's just the fifth, dude. Look, I could tell by the way you're swaying that, 2/5 is your limit. Okay, that was actually a 1.5 because I downed half a fifth with you, the first one, but then you kept going for the second. I'm not going to stop you, but now you're swaying, and I can't let you grab a third in good conscience.
Oh God, you did. I had my back turned for 2 seconds, and well, now you're not swaying anymore.
Now you're kind of unconscious. Are you breathing? Are you?
Well, yeah.
I wasn't actually in this story. This was He Who Shall Not Be Named and my dealer's dealer. Okay? They had come across a full tank of nitrous oxide. Obviously illegal means. And we're talking like, big enough to, put, at least 36 people under.
Nice.
So, and of course we're doing it like junkies, so we're getting high off it instead of just passing out. Now, that's what they're doing. And they got so fucked up off of highly concentrated whippet over and over that my dealer's wife went up and started kicking both of them, saying, "Are you still alive? Learn your goddamn lesson. Are you alive? Are you alive?" Kicking them. And like, whenever they go, "Ugh," she'd leave for a while and come back while they're still on the floor, kick them again to see if they're alive. And if they went, "Ugh," that was good enough for her.
Well, yeah, I love the story that I heard from one of my friends. Is that Puke, back when he was, around like 20, 21 or whatever, he went to this drug dealer guy, and this guy was scary. Like, you think you're scary. This guy had a spider web tattoo on his face.
Oh, yeah, that's always a fun one.
Okay, now, I don't mean to judge here, but people with spider web tattoos on their face are generally terrifying.
Oh, they've also usually gotten that tattoo in prison over doing really horrific crimes.
And he was known to be terrifying. So when he's out there making sure that Puke's okay and guiding him through a trip, you know that was a lot of drugs.
Yes.
Because usually it was like, yeah, that was the first time I'd ever seen him nice to someone.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never met him. That was way before my time. Although I do love, spiderweb tattoo on your face is, like I said, I don't mean to judge, tattoos, but normally people who get that tattoo are a bit more murdery.
Yeah.
I also love what?
You also love what?
The story of the guy who was acting in Cannibal the Musical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there was a scene where the Cannibal the Musical is Trey Parker and Matt Stone's college film, and there was a scene where the guy gets his nuts kicked so hard that he starts talking high, and rather than pitching up the voice in post because they didn't have post, he had to breathe in helium to get this sound. He's like, I almost passed out about 4 times during that scene, but it was fun.
Oh, going back to the prison thing.
Yes.
The name's Carbonava, and you're here with me now. I'll tell you, punks, the name's Carbonava, satanic Nazi, weenie gobbler. I was in the NAM, now I'm on the lam, joined up with ex-cops, kicking ass and porking chops. Stop
All right, kiddies. The first one was Ex-Cops with The Party's Over. Off of there, you have the Right to Remain Silent album.
Guar's side project, kind of an overlooked side project. I never really heard much talk about Ex-Cops, but I didn't hear it until much later. I knew about it, but I could never find the album. I found, DBX, I found Death Piggy, could never find Ex-Cops. Good stuff.
The next one was Jag Panzer with Death Row.
Off of their Jag Panzer / License to Kill EP. Great early 80s power metal. And then
We had Satan's Host with Reanimated Anomalies.
from their Virgin Sales album. And if you're saying, hey, Jag Panzer and Satan's Host, the vocalists sound kind of familiar, well, you're paying attention. It's the same guy, about 27 years apart, but it's the same guy, Harry the Tyrant Conklin. And yes, that is Harry doing the black and death metal vocals. I love Satan's Host. They started out as like power metal, then went full black death, and now they're, black death and power metal. I think it's a great sound, and I kind of wish more bands would do that, sort of combine old with new. So we were talking about prison. I knew one guy who was on PCP, and and I know Puke was telling the story, and when the cops busted him, he was so out, because I guess they saw them dumping something in the sewer. So the cops, okay, what's your name? And all he could say was his street address. No, son, I asked your name. No, son, your name. Okay, you know what? Get out of here. Just go home. Yeah, because he was so high.
Damn.
I can remember one time I once stayed up for a week straight.
Oh, that's gotta be fun.
By the end of it, I thought I was making complete sense. I was talking to a friend, and I thought I was answering her questions, and I was kind of wondering why her questions, so she would ask me something and I would answer it, and I'm wondering why she didn't follow up with the natural way to the conversation. Wait, why are you putting me to bed? She's like, dude, I asked you if you wanted some French toast, and you started talking about chihuahuas. Oh, I thought I said, yes, I'd like some French toast and coffee if you have it. No, you started talking about chihuahuas with laser eyes who shot Pop-Tarts out their ass.
God, another moment in time, you should be dead. That's one thing I think is interesting here. We've battled some of fate and somehow escaped it. We both should be either dead or in prison, maybe both. And
Yes.
somehow we escaped those fates.
Someone asked the question, has anyone ever tried fucking with you as a blind person? And yeah, there were a couple times. One time in the puke days, someone tried pulling a chair off from under me as I was sitting. He didn't know that I had my hand on the chair. He didn't like that chair coming back at him 10 times.
Yeah, that's usually what happens.
He didn't like that for some reason. I don't know why he didn't like it. I was just trying to be fair.
The fun part about throwing parties in my dad's attic was being thrown out the window was the threat. And it was totally doable because there was no screen or anything in the window and it was almost always open.
Was anyone ever thrown out?
Yes.
What was the story about the guy pissing on somebody else?
Yeah, that was the useless piece of shit getting rained on by a penis out the window. So my shitter was broke, so everyone just pissed out the window.
Oh.
Even the ladies pissed out the window.
Now, what was this? What was the story about your girlfriend or something, or friend, and you came back in and you saw your dad and her in bed or whatever?
Oh, God. No. You're fucking up that story.
Yeah, I know I am. That's why I asked.
Okay, because I was away at work, and someone fucked up at one of my parties. That I started a party so that I'd have a party to come home to whenever I got off work, because I worked third shift.
Yeah.
So I figured someone would still be up and I'd be able to keep partying then. And I left he who shall not be named to watch over it.
Okay.
I come home from work, and this chick is giving my dad a blowjob.
Oh.
And the first thought that came through my mind was, what did she do to fuck up that bad? Because no sane person would willingly suck off my dad.
Not from what I've heard, no. No.
No, he was filth. Filth incarnate.
Yeah.
If there was an icon for sin, it would be his image. For the sin of sloth, that is. I mean, it was all 7 deadly sins, but sloth was chief among them. He put actual effort into being lazy.
And really quick, yes, I apologize for fucking that up. That's one of the stories you don't tell that much, but it's one of my favorites. Because it's just so... Well, yes, for people who don't know, I mean, the piss buckets.
Yeah, my dad would pound on the wall in the middle of my parties and yell, "Jimmy, empty my shit bucket!"
Because he wouldn't get up.
You see, this happened before he had hip problems. Then once he had hip problems and had hip surgery, it ramped up because he was too lazy to get out of his, rotting chair, as we called it. It was the chair he sat on to watch porn and do nothing and even sleep in. So he would piss in bottles and shit in buckets. And then once he got the hip problems, it ramped up tenfold. And then once he had the hip surgery, it ramped up even more. It's because now he had an excuse to do it.
Sometimes...
And my toilet didn't work. So I'd have to find a way to flush it every time I put a shit bucket in. And it just made it that much worse.
Sometimes if I'm lazy and I don't want to do something, I remember those stories. Honestly, I'm not even joking at this point. Sometimes if I'm no, I don't want to, I'm remember the stories of Jim's dad, and that actually motivates me to not be that lazy.
It helps you break the chains of fate, so you're not lazy.
Yeah, I'm not. I honestly wish I was kidding.
Yeah, that was one thing that motivated me a lot. Don't be like Dad. Another thing that motivated me was, don't fucking let the fucking high school bullies win. That was when I was younger. And it was more the school administration I didn't want to win, because they said I'd never go anywhere with life.
Well, yeah, you can't let those people win.
And that's why I kept going to college and then, dropped out anyway. And even though I sort of proved them right, I also lived one hell of a life.
We were talking about, well, not me, but a couple of people.
I'll say this, okay? The main reason I am nobody now is because I quit doing the crimes. If I would have kept going, I would have gone to prison, gotten my education there, because there's nothing else better to do, and gotten out a hell of a lot better. But no, whenever I felt my daughter kick, I decided to drop it all and change for her. And that's why I was really high on the rung. I was starting to jump up rungs of the criminal scale, but then I abandoned it whenever I felt my daughter kick. So now I had to start at the bottom rung, and I was a bit older, too old to actually get in at the ground level at some of these other places. And then, of course, the ex-wife kind of screwed over a few jobs for me, so I couldn't even stay with the same job for a while. But hey, this is shit that happens in life.
Well,
so, and then fucking other things happened when I went fucking jobless and homeless for a while and all that shit. But, life comes at you. You just gotta roll and adapt.
Look on the bright side, or you could have been dead. There's always that. We were talking a couple of days ago about existing out of spite.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, that's something that, it basically, everyone says you're not going to amount to anything, but you're just going to live out of spite.
And I'm going to keep trying to go forward. Even whenever I have everything hold me back, regardless if it was my own choices that did it or if it was outside influences and me not knowing how to handle them appropriately so that way I could still attain my goal. A lot of times there's time spent where I sat there crying instead of doing something, and I really should have been doing something. But whenever you're sitting there broken, I mean, come on, it's a temptation you're going to give into. It's just to sit there and weep.
Well, the other story you told was about your dad's final years in the nursing home, and you telling him if you don't shape up, you're gonna be alone.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the maybe I should take some lessons from that.
Yeah, because that was one thing everyone told my dad that if he didn't stop being such a prick, he would die alone and forgotten. And even my sister, who was the one who kept trying to see him initially, gave up. And he died old and alone. And the funny part was, my aunt worked at that nursing home at the time. And she would trade 3 of she called them filth balls. These essentially the more troublesome patients to clean up because they always shat themselves and fucking play with their own feces because they were just too out of it. So, you gotta be nice to them and fucking clean them up whenever they do this. She took 3 of them for one James Thompson, my father.
Wait, so you're Junior?
No.
Okay.
Different middle initial. He's Henry,
okay.
I'm Stephen. And I got my middle name from my grandfather.
Okay.
Which is where my son got his middle name. Because my grandfather was a fucking worker. And that's why I named him Stephen.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because it's only Junior if it's a middle initial. Yeah, if it's the full name.
Yeah.
So what? Yeah, and so after that, I mean, like I said, I've tried making him. I told you about the one girl who did not like me, and I didn't like her, and we reconnected, and it was like, yeah, we apologized a little bit, but then it was like she chilled out and actually got into metal, and I chilled. I'm still not into hard rock, but I chilled out about it. We start talking. We're more or less friends now. Yeah, we had our moments of, but.
Well, it's like, a lot of my old high school bullies, they apologized, and it was a quick, I'm kind of sorry for the way I treated you. And that was it. And there was, no need for me to go any further. And, they're doing whatever, their lives. Occasionally I'll bump into them. It's like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
But then we go on our lives, it's like no big deal now. The ones that didn't apologize, almost all of them are either dead by their own decisions. They overdosed, they got into a DUI accident, they just offed themselves, or they're spending a long time in prison.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in karma, but if I did believe in karma, I'd say that's pretty close. So
I had my revenge without even lifting a finger, and getting the apology absolved you of it. I didn't even care how half-hearted it was. It was just that effort.
I mean, I've talked to people I hated in the past, and they changed too. It's not like they're still the same. They admitted that they were just trying to be badass, and I admitted that, and we actually shared a couple beers. I mean, but holding grudges like that, it doesn't get you anywhere.
Nah, my father held grudges till the end of time.
Well, yeah, you said that he basically lived the last couple of years out of hatred.
Yeah. And then he finally said, nope, I've already made my peace. I'm making amends.
Yeah, I mean...
that was just like a week before he died, he said that, and the nurse said that. It's like, oh, well, no one knows if he actually did or not,
No. But it's sort of like the people who, I know one guy told a story. Guy was on his deathbed. He was like 95, and he said that he converted to Christianity. Just and his family was all happy, right? Oh, he's finally seeing the light. He leans over to his grandson, the one he's actually got along with, and said, "Give them what they want before you die, huh?" So he was faking the whole thing. He just, hey, they want closure. I'll give them some closure. Whatever. I'm not going to be around to live it. So he basically faked a religious conversion just to, fine. They want peace. I'll give them peace. I'm not going to be around much longer. And so yeah, his son's
It's
like,
why everyone that knew Jeff, like there were people that knew Jeff in the periphery that got pissed off that his fucking parents had his funeral at a church, and because, oh my God, he's an atheist. How dare you desecrate his memory like this? Something like that. But like those that knew Jeff would be like, yeah, he wouldn't give a shit because he'd want his parents to have that closure, that sympathy, so.
Dude, Gigi Allen family had a Catholic funeral.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and he the nurses said he was as blasphemous to the very end. But to his family, oh, he's finally seen the light. Meanwhile he's just fine. They want to think that I've come around, then let them think that I'm dead. What the hell do I care? So yeah, I mean I make jokes about the type of funeral I want, and hopefully that won't happen for several decades. But I don't know what kind of funeral I'll have. Knowing my family, it'll probably be something in a church or whatever. But you're a Satanist, yeah. Well, what the hell would I care? I'll be dead. I'll be
my soul's somewhere else. If that even exists, it'll be somewhere else.
I'll probably be, hey Jim, I'm finally fucking dead. Bring out the beer bong and the vodka.
We don't got that here in hell. We got a sack of shit. Drink it.
Okay.
Relax. I made certain this one fermented.
Well, that was an old myth I heard when I was in middle school about fermented shit.
God, I always wanted to fucking ferment piss and sell it to rich people.
Yeah, well,
you're getting drunk off piss. And seeing them buy bath water and buy used tampons and shit. Yeah, they definitely buy piss. God, they got a chick scraping her yeast infection to make bread, and that's what they're buying.
And I find that disgusting. I find the bathwater thing disgusting as well, but what do you find disgusting? You talk about, because it's bathwater. I've taken baths before. Yeah, the yeast infection bread thing. I think that was the only time I think I actually stopped eating something because I actually lost my appetite.
Yeah,
that's disgusting. Yeah, I remember that. They have, like I said, it sound like.
So if I sold, fermented piss, they'd buy it. Especially if I collected it from some chick and said it was female empowerment of some kind.
Well, especially if it's some hot chick.
Oh, yeah. Making a hot chick say it was female empowerment, and voila, you're buying piss. I mean, it's not that far. They drink Cape Luwak, and that's like lemur shit.
Well, I drank
Miller Lite once. Well, the Luwak's a lemur-like creature, but yeah.
Well, I drank Miller Lite once.
That's as close as you'll get.
Yeah. Ugh. I hate light beer. It tastes like someone's spitting it.
I still sit here and question, how the fuck is it we fought against Destiny and won what little we did? We're not in prison. We're not dead.
Well, two things. One, either we're humans and we have free will, or B, whatever celestial forces exist gave us a false destiny, and our real destiny is just to amuse them by destroying ourselves, but not dying. It's sort of like in the Damnation game where that Anthony Breer starts, he's dead, but he doesn't know he's dead because the guy saved him. So he's like shoving fucking skewers through his dick or whatever. Because, hey, I can't die. Yeah, maybe with that.
Yeah. I think that's where we should end this. with the end of our existence not ending. Alright.
We're going to get to episode 200 by the end of this year, I promise. Or at least early next.
Yeah, sometime. Maybe we'll save it for New Year's, or maybe we'll just stampede straight to it.
I don't know. This has been the Swine Brothers episode 187. That was a long one.
Yeah, painfully long. Thank you, fans, for torturing us.
Yes, keep it coming, please. You can email us at cosmicgodsdie@gmail.com, and Facebook is Swine Brothers. And please like and comment and all that good shit on YouTube.
Share the damn video, you motherfuckers. I know you can do it.
And please support all the bands that we played. Well,
I'm Elliot, I'm the Jim. This has been Swine Brothers. Piss off.
For the Jim, I've been the Elliot. We'll see you next time.
Sacramental Box Hundreds, here I come.